Hello. Oh my god, I don't even know if I want to do this. Okay, where's the fucking camera? This is how I started the other one. Right, so the reason why I'm here right now, anyway, and I'm gonna try and evolve the way I do this shit in these talks, but the reason I'm here is because I was just in the bathroom, yeah. So I've taken about 6.5 grams, which, for those who don't know, of dried magic mushrooms, Liberty caps. I can't show you. I'm going to take a little bit more eventually. That won't be on stream though. Fuck. Well, it won't actually be on camera, YouTube, so don't, it'll be off the scenes and I'll cut it away, I'll cut the audio, I'll mute everything, and trust me, in the whole scheme of psychedelic shit on YouTube, this is acceptable, so please don't target me, I have good intentions. Sound. Okay, so what is this gonna be? Right, so yeah, I'm on 6 grams, I was in the bathroom. Essentially, I was just hit in the face with the power of this dose that I've just ingested. I'm smoking weed as well, of course, as I do. And so there's like the bathroom side with the toothpaste and shit and the toothbrush in the mirror, and I'm looking at my face. I'm getting like a million different angles on my face, but it's not about the mirror, it's about the whole scene. And then all of a sudden I'm not looking at the bathroom windowsill anymore, I'm looking at a fucking road, like from third person perspective. The toothpaste was like a stop sign or some shit, and it was like a corner in some in some western estate. And when that happened, because what basically, okay, so I'm going to be trying to tell you just the exact what is going on in my experience, and the come up will be being right now, and I'm going to try and report to you without wasting any time if I can, and say the best shit that I have to say. So I have to get my shit together though. This might be a bit of a journey because I've literally, obviously I'm just tripping, and now I'm sat here, I don't even know what I'm saying, I haven't even looked at this stream, but I'm going to try and be like conscious basically, and talk some decent shit, I hope. So so what we're talking about, what is the, I'm going to start this off with the most basic shit, okay? I'm going to sit here for a second, I'm going to turn my light off, and I'm just going to like meditate sort of in silence for like a minute, alright? And then when I turn my light back on, I guess it's just going to be an indication to the viewer that I'm back. But this is necessary, okay, because and understand, this is like a live stream for anybody who doesn't understand, so it's all going to be uncut. This is, and I'm going to try and report on my experience, I guess. But so yeah, coming up on 6.5 grams of Liberty caps. I'm just going to sit here for a minute and then skip to when the light's on, I guess, because I just need to like be, because the immensity of this shit is crazy, and I'll get to the point, and there's a lot of stuff to say, trust me, so let me just sit here for a minute. I gotta close my eyes, because trust me, it's so bad. Like, you think that the thing that's very common is it's so massive, and it just permeates through like literally everything, and you become like this experience. And trust me, there's one thing you can guarantee with psychedelics. If you take a good dose of LSD or mushrooms, not that you should, obviously, if you want to do this, you can guarantee that it will not be boring. So, yeah, let me just report what my experience is. So let me just try and get myself together and just be, and then I'll try and get the best words possible. Yo, I know it looks... I know it looks like nothing's happening. Yo, oh my god, I don't have the words for that, fam. What the fuck? And this is what this is gonna be all about. I cannot fathom. I gotta do that a couple times to remind us. Holy fuck, that is so weird. Oh my god. Right, this is a rather outrageous dose, deemed by the psychedelic community, 7 grams something. That's a bit mad. So what was the experience, I guess? It really sucks, yeah, because there's no words, but the visuals at least, there's a whole atmosphere that I'm perceiving with my visuals. It's hard to even say eyes. It's stupid. But I'm seeing these visuals, yeah, and it's like a net of you see how the border has got like, sometimes it's got loads of little dots all over it. Like imagine like a spider web that's like covered in loads of balls. Like this, kind of. It was like that, like a massive net. But it was like breathing with the atmosphere, but it was also very colourful. But it wasn't just like some stereotypical, I don't know what you define as a stereotypical trippy thing. Like what I'm looking at is like super intelligent, and it's like way beyond anything that I'm able to do. It's like pure creation, and I'll never grasp it, and I'll keep going into these states, and I'm something that I want to do, and I guess this can be kind of presenting the idea that I have is I'm gonna make like a subreddit. I was thinking earlier. Who the fuck is blowing up my phone? I'm sorry. Who is this Dom? It's no one. Samsungs are weird, man. They don't even tell you like what your notification is. I swear, bear people have that. Okay. What was I fucking saying? Ooh, okay, I hope I don't do this. Well, I keep forgetting the stuff, so I'm going to try and make it very coherent. So basically, what is the whole premise of this video? Let me turn this fucking phone off. Bullshit. Alright, so to be honest, it could go in many different directions, and what I've been realising as I've been reflecting on some of the talks that I've been doing before, is I think that it's probably good for me to just get talk videos out to an extent. And I don't want to like fuck around, because you see, I've had this like long as fuck video in, because if we're going to just like do an update on my channel super quick, the whole way that my channel is presented was like videos that took really long, and then I've just started doing these live streams, and I realised that maybe this sort of content where I can just talk and it's way more authentic. I don't want to be like fucking around with the editing software too much. I can do that in the future, and I do want to really diversify everything I'm going to do in the future, but I think at the very bottom of all of that there's going to be stuff that I can just communicate to you directly. And the depth of these conversations can be, you know, we can talk, I don't know, I guess I can just talk about literally everything. But I guess the main thing that it's going to be about, and is about psychedelics. And it's not obviously just about me, but what I want to do is like, I want to build like a subreddit and a place for people to talk about this shit. And then we'll go into various topics, and we'll dive into various people's stories on this and that, and subreddits maybe, and I'll talk about my experiences and my theories, and for anybody outside who doesn't really understand what the psychedelic shit is. Psychedelics are plants, normally like natural. Well, the ones that are deemed true psychedelics are, I forget what it's called, but like DMT is found within the body, I'm pretty sure. This is all just hearsay, but I'm pretty sure like rats and shit have got it in them. And loads of these people reckon you can activate DMT through shamanic breathing, like the Wim Hof. And I might do the Wim Hof shit later, because I know that shit is very profound.
I forget what it's called.
Hopefully my mic isn't fucked. So one thing that was very prevalent when I just closed my eyes, and there's kind of a battle, right? Whoa, man, it's so much bigger than me. It's so much bigger than me. And there's a lot to say in many different areas. And there is a narrative, kind of, that seems to be arising. There's not... It's kind of weird. It is rare to find these people who are kind of... What I'm talking about is there seems to be like a wavelength. Like a central philosophy almost that a lot of people share in a lot of ways. Like there seems to just be I think it comes a lot with overthinking. I think if you overthink enough, especially about the nature of life, if you contemplate naturally, you see what happened to me when I was growing up. I was fascinated by questions into like the fundamental very bottom of reality. So, you know, like, why are we here, what exactly is space? And you know, people don't want to fucking talk about this shit. Everyone thinks I'm just a weirdo because I just go on about this weird stuff, but I can't seem to get over with the fascination of what is right in front of me, and it's definitely obviously invoked by psychedelics. But it just gets deeper and deeper, it seems, with more complexity and a deeper understanding. And this understanding is tied in with this kind of narrative. What is this narrative that I'm talking about? It's not a belief. It's almost like... so the narrative, I guess you could define as spirituality. I want to be careful saying that fucking word. I would define it as spirituality, but there is a lot of fucking bullshit. When I say spirituality, when people hear spirituality, right, some of you are going to be on board, and but a lot of people... Should I open this window? Oh, I need a drink. A lot of people have a lot of baggage that comes with the word, like, spirituality. It's not a religion, I guess. It's no beliefs. It's actually almost like counter beliefs. Because it's like a truth-seeking way, and it's actually like there are teachings and what true deep spirituality is. It's not. I've been meaning to say this for a while, and I have said it a few times. I ain't a fucking new ager sort of shit. I can understand that stuff when you get super deep into the psychedelics, I guess, but you know, the way I came into this originally. So yeah, I had my fascination with the nature of reality just as I was growing up, as you do, for some reason. Most people stop there, they just go, oh, you know, it's just reality, whatever. But then, yeah, and then, so, and everyone knows I always go about, I'm always posting this guy's songs, Mr. Traumatic. Everyone knows this guy, and I'm not saying that I am for like everything he says, but what happened to me anyway in my experience as I was growing up is I was on the bus and I was like listening to random songs, and then this song by him come on, and it was the first time I ever really heard someone talking about what was right in front of them, and then within this song he referenced loads of other things. So then I went on down rabbit holes of spirituality, psychedelics, the nature of reality, sacred geometry, all this weird shit. I started looking into all these teachings because they had different snippets. You know, I dove into that album and what that album was about, and then I researched all the different ideas. And if you want to know, the song was Ark of the Covenant by Mr. Traumatic, and it's a bit of a bad song, right? But I was a young mind and I listened to it and I was like, yo, this guy's obviously saying some shit. So then at some point I realised, like, maybe I should research individual, like, because this is the first time I've ever heard about somebody talking about essentially life itself and awakening and psychedelic enlightenment and all this shit. Now this guy is kind of like new agey, it seems. The shit he says is very radical, but I guess this is my story of awakening real quick. But yeah, I'm just a kid growing up as you do, thinking I'm cool, smoking weed. There's rappers about, I listen to a rapper, his album, whatever, his album, and then his album starts talking about this like fucking astral projection shit, and I'm like very interested, obviously, because I've always had this tick to like answer these questions, I guess. So then, yeah, this led me into like a world of like awakening, essentially. So why am I telling you this? Right, what I was going to say earlier, and I don't want to keep going off topic, and this might happen. I don't know how long I'm going to do this stream, to be honest, or what I'm going to do. I might do like some meditations and weird shit, because I want to like, if I'm going to make this public, I don't want to have it get in the way, because something that I was trying to say earlier is that when I just sat there for like 30 seconds, not even that, that was so massive that to sit here and try and dialogue a load of bullshit to you, it kind of like doesn't grasp the magnitude. So essentially, when I'm just communicating, that's one thing, right? But the psychedelics, they're fucking with like the bios of your whole being. Your brain, on a literal physical sense, is being overblown by mushrooms in a very heavy dose. And when this happens, there's like a fundamental breakdown between the very, like the fabric of the universe. I say very often, seems to be a phenomenon that I say a lot, is that like when you're sober, it doesn't seem so mad that you're just like, you know, you're walking about and you're doing whatever. But as you start getting deep into, you know, drugs, when I was growing up, yeah, this is what happened with me was drugs. I was growing up, I was resistant to take these drugs, as I heard like that traumatic preaching about, you know, don't take pharmaceuticals, these drugs will cause everlasting pain. Essentially, there's like a narrative and an intuition that I do subscribe to for the most part, and it's basically that nature is the key and needs to be the engine for that, how we do everything. It seems like we've just kind of put nature to the side, and it seems that, like, you know, nature is the key for everything. Whatever disease, nature is the cure. I believe, like, if you got down with some terminal illness, yeah, it's a bit mad to be going to like the bottom line NHS stuff for your cancer, and then just continuing your diet as people do, drinking out of these fucking water bottles and shit with cancer, unless you don't particularly care about your health and you're self-destructive. But the whole, and this does tie into the bigger picture that I'm saying, is that all of this stuff is sick. Like, something's gone wrong, obviously. When you look at society, a lot of places look like diseases, I tend to say. Maybe that's just me. But I guess it depends how you look at it. And, you know, it is what it is, I guess. But when I look at, like, individuals, especially these days, and there are hundreds of these people, especially in Gen Z, people are missing something very deep. There seems to be a very fundamental flaw with society, and it's basically, this is, I guess, the archaic revival, and this is what Terence McKenna proposes. You've got to know who Terence McKenna is. He's like the fucking psychedelic goat. If you don't know who Terence McKenna is, stop fucking listening to me. Go listen to Terence McKenna. There's bare shit. Go listen to his talks about mushrooms. This guy, the way that he talks and with his language is so amazing, and this is kind of in a sense what I'm trying to do here. So going to what I was saying at the very beginning with the whole nature of this live stream, is that there is so much to be said, in a sense, that follows this narrative and builds upon, and something that I kind of wanted to do, and just for myself as well, to document myself. It's almost like a diary. It's very easy for me to just upload these digital things. But I do listen back to these, in a sense, and it does seem like there is this narrative that you can follow. And there is a lot to be said, and there is a lot to build upon in the psychedelic community. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. I want to build like a more solid infrastructure, I guess, for psychedelics, because they are coming back. They are getting big in society. I imagine the stock market, I don't know how all that shit works, but I imagine that shit's going to be blowing the fuck up. Because psychedelics are, in a sense, the revival of your soul in what is missing in the society. So what I was saying with other people about society going ill, and these individuals that I see, and I don't mean to like just judge people, but people are like really, when you get into the bottom line, you know, like wage slavery, and then it's just like if I break it down, yeah, a lot of people, young people, and this is a very deep problem, and these are kind of things that I just want to bring to awareness as well, and they do just tie into the whole bigger picture. So I'm just like prefacing the whole thing. But yeah, so the way I see society, and a lot of people do see society, is a lot of people are poison, and it's kind of in a physical sense as well. Like when I was growing up, no one really ever. I often say that I never realized I was alive. It's like, you know, obviously you're just like an emerging consciousness out of nowhere, right? And then at some point when you get like 7, you know, people say, oh, life isn't what I thought it was. At some point you kind of take a step back and like you're like, you know, when your personality develops through your teenage years, really, innit? It's like there's this just massive, when you're first born, think about a human lifespan. It's so mad. I always think about this because my sister had a baby recently, and like, bro, how like, and this is something that psychedelics can teach you, is there's like an intelligence that is way madder than you, like written into the universe, and you're just staring at pure creation. And here's some weird shit that's been happening to me recently. I don't know if it's delusion, right, but things that I look at when I'm sober, it doesn't matter. Things are popping out in my direct experience at me, and this has been happening ever since I became conscious. I saw a bird flying, and at the time I was really thinking about like creativity. I was thinking how I was feeling very creative. I was doing a lot of these things. I was experimenting a lot with music. I've been doing a lot of music shit. Hopefully I can come back. If you don't know, I made like an album. It's alright back in the day. I don't know, it's not great to be honest, but I'll hopefully make a comeback. So why am I talking about the music? Oh, I don't want to forget what I'm saying. I don't think the music is really relevant to anything, is it? Is it?
The very bottom of reality. So, you know, like, why are we here? I became conscious. I saw a bird flying.
Oh yeah, so I saw a bird flying, yeah, and like it was obvious that like everything, and it goes back to the present moment, but it was like very clear that my mind was constructing this bird like in a very like now feedback loop. Obviously we know that the brain is like constructing reality in a sense, but I felt it. I felt how consciousness is clearly just presenting images of pure creation. That's what I'm looking at, and this hasn't gone. This is when I'm so this was when I was on a trip, and now after that, and this is something that's becoming more prevalent, I see how even a tree or a wall or a grain of sand or anything is very infinitely beautiful and way intelligent. Obviously it's better to look at more traditional beautiful things, and this is kind of something that I'm trying to encapsulate, and this is again goes to the psychedelic experience, and this is what the archaic revival was saying, is like a magical re-empowerment of the individual, because what society has become, and this goes back to how it's very sick these days, it seems, in many different ways on a physical level, and I'll get back. What I mean by the physical level is, when I was growing up and shit, yeah. So yeah, you don't realise that you're alive, right? What I was saying, I guess at some point maybe you have an awakening, and somebody said this on like a Joe Rogan podcast. I forget what it was, but he said, at some point everybody has an awakening, and it might be a gradual process. Some people, like for me, it was invoked by depression, I think, and then psychedelic use, and then at some point you turn around and you're like, and you know, you start like really thinking, like when you mature. And for me, I'm always staring into the face of reality, and it kind of puts this weird vibe on everything. But what I was saying is, oh my god, I'm just going all over the place. But yeah, basically, there's like a sacred knowledge written in like everything that you could ever experience, kind of, and it's weird. Have I said enough bullshit? I don't feel like I've structured this super well. I don't even know what I've said. I've gone blah blah blah. So I have got a little bit more mushrooms in front of me. That's like a 0.5 to be fair, and I won't eat it on the stream. I don't know if I should even devote it to the stream though, because this is what I was saying. Alright, I'm going to change the whole premise of this stream, I think. So basically, if you're on board, you're on board. People understand. And what I was saying about the subreddits and shit earlier is, I want to build like a community and a narrative. So I'm going to start doing like experiments, yeah, like documents and shit. And I'm going to do this today because I feel like it's my responsibility at this point. I'm going to be experimenting, contrasting like sobriety with altered states of consciousness, whether that's on heavy, well, I'll just be exploring mushrooms versus sober, LSD versus sober, but I won't just be doing, you know, that's how you just do it normally, but I'm going to be adding as many layers as I can, because you know, I've always thought, like, what happens if you go out for a run? Well, I guess there's a lot of different things to do while you trip, and I've already had like 50 something experiences, and I understand that it's very huge. And even though I've had like 50 experiences, it's very clear to me that I'm still just at the beginning, and anybody who fucks with psychedelics knows the depth that I'm talking. And this is why I was saying the fabric of your soul. Right, so I don't want to fuck this stream up. I'm doing a disservice by talking the way I am. Like this. If I'm going to clear up what was happening to me in the stream the other day, I kept saying that I was dying. What I was saying, and this goes back to society being poison and this narrative shit, is that this like water and stuff that we're drinking, people are not really fully conscious of the fact that there's like a synthetic bullshit that's been sold to us. Everything is like a consumer bullshit. Everyone knows this, of course, but when people are growing up, when I was younger, so nobody really ever taught me about, like, when I'm going into school, yeah, they're just teaching me like stupid shit. I understand that it's good and that or whatever, but you know, but there seems to be like people are missing what's right in front of them, and it's I don't know. Obviously they're not, I guess, to an extent, and it's good. Now I've kind of forgot what I'm saying. Hopefully I'm not just chatting.
When I was growing up and and this is why I was saying.
So what I was saying is that nobody tells you. This is what actualize.org was saying. You know, it's amazing, innit? You're alive, and you know, you'd think that nobody ever gave you an instruction manual for life. Essentially, like, you were just born, and then school teach you whatever, but no one ever like really laid out, you know, like a formula for living the good life. And this is a bit mad, I guess. I mean, there are steps out there, to be fair, and they're emerging these days, and this does eventually tap into the mass awakening, or, you know, I don't know if that's a stupid notion, if it will be a mass, I don't know, I do really probably, and I don't really do beliefs, of course, that's silly, but And it doesn't really matter, I guess, what happens to the Earth in like a drama sort of situation. But I think there will be like there's a magic at the bottom of reality, but our culture has killed that. And you can go very deep on this topic, and the psychedelics invoke a magical re-empowering of the authenticity of the body and the bottom qualia of everything. So, with people on board with what the fuck I'm talking about, I don't think I need to preface it anymore. I should probably ingest this other little bit of mushies. So I have got a lot of cannabis as well. The thing is, yeah, I want to obviously smoke on this stream, but my dad will kill me. And I know it's like the stupidest thing, but I'm like, obviously I'd be a massive cunt if I just smoked anyway. But maybe I'll see if I can get away with it. Nah, he will know, won't he? He'll probably find out. Oh, yeah, but obviously, look, I'm just gassed. One time opportunity, I guess, to have a I don't know. It's a bit cuntish to do that, I guess. But it would be, I do want to roll up and smoke on the stream. But none of that matters ultimately. So actually, you know, besides that, the main thing that I wanted to say or do on this stream is I want to kind of like evolve the way that I'm doing this stuff. So like, you know, I might get in an super long cold shower like soon, and then I'll report that to you. I might do like a meditation or a Wim Hof, but the reason why I'm doing these things, and this goes back to the experiments, and this might be some of the best work that I can provide to anybody, hopefully, is and obviously it's not about me, but I'm just going to be really documenting my experiences, but like massive. I take psychedelics very often. There's a lot of stuff within the psychedelics that there is to talk about, and I feel like I can do a good job at least of like connecting the dots, and I can like kind of build a narrative, and the people who know what I'm talking about know what I'm talking about. So I know I'm doing a lot of prefacing, but in a sense that's what it is. It's because it's like a mindset, and the preface kind of is something that's very fundamental to what I'm doing on this channel. Is people know, if people know what I'm talking about, if somehow I've got you hooked on to this stream of thought in a sense, and it will be ever evolving. I don't want to like fuck with, like I want to break out of ideology, and I want to explore new ideas and stuff, and then build a narrative hopefully of something, and then I want to expand this into like the best areas I can. Hopefully I can make this into like a proper platform, you know. It would be cool. I feel like there is a lot to say. So yeah, I don't mean to just be stupid and just chat shit right now. So take a breather. So can I just zone out for a second again, and then I'll come back to you, because I said I'm going to do this, and I'll get to the point in a minute, right? Let me just be. It's so mad, like, me talking here and talking shit to you is doing a complete disservice. This is way too, oh my god, it like bends with the light as I do that shit, because the light's over there, and it's like, this is something that's been happening. Like, I was in the dark here, and then I looked at a bare light phone screen when I was on a stupid dose, or like a TV, and it was white, like some video game on the PlayStation, and my eyes are like perceiving this massive white light all of a sudden, having been in the dark and staring in the dark for hours, made like a physical through my brain, and then it like made some weird shit happen while my ears. Obviously, I'm on like a stupid dose, so the way I perceived this light like permeated through all of my being. But that is like cranked up to the 1,000,000, and that's kind of what I want to report. But yeah, really, I guess I want to do the Wim Hof and things, and then I'll try and make it easy for people to cut through, or some shit like, I'll try and make it quick, but ultimately I'll just want to report, and then I'm gonna make like documents and shit, and this is gonna be over like literally 10-20 years or whatever the fuck, because I'm consistently taking psychedelics, and I want to do experiments with them. What do I mean? I want to do practices, like spiritual practices, I guess, while on psychedelics, because they get you into deeper states. If I just take more outrageous doses of psychedelics, because they don't seem to break me anymore. Like 7 grams is fucking really that is a lot. But I've got over the bump of realizing what reality is capable of, and now I'm kind of ready. It did tear me apart, and it will tear everybody apart. If trust me, if you lay a fucking 2 ounces on any human being, that's what I went through in like a year and a half or something, and I'm still doing stupid amounts. And I should stop soon. It's been going on for way too long, and they do really turn your whole life upside down if you abuse them. But anybody who's really fucked with these, because I pursue psychedelics very deeply, and there is almost like a cult-like following, I've said before, to psychedelics. I don't know, it's probably, I guess it's just people like getting high. I guess if you don't want to deep it, I love taking outrageous doses on psychedelics, but it really ties into the whole personal development landscape. So what can I experiment with doing the Wim Hof method on psychedelics? Doing super long cold showers, because these are fucking with your, the Wim Hof method is like super breathing energetic shit, and like it's no good me just telling you that. When you actually go into those states, after smoking a massive joint and taking 7 grams of mushrooms, and you're literally hyperventilating, and I've had hallucinations even when I'm sober doing this hyperventilating shit. Shall we go into the comment section on Wim Hof? And this ties into the whole fucking shit. I'm gonna read you some comments from Wim Hof's breathing method, and it's not just Wim Hof, it's just the whole thing of shamanic breathing, and I recommend you go check out actualize.org's video on shamanic breathing as well, because he goes in depth and it's a good intro. I'm gonna make a notepad, and I will link, I know in the previous things I've said that, I'll link this, I'll link that, and I haven't done it because I'm shit. But this is the whole thing. I want to try and make it more proper. I don't want to just like chat shit here and there. I know what I'm doing now, kind of, and there is a lot to say. So basically, right now, look, I'm showing you this breathing method, and I'm trying to propose this narrative of spirituality to you, in a sense. And eventually, I don't believe that you do not believe that this shit is the bollocks, basically, and you can discover that this stuff is the bollocks. And in depression and crisis, as our society is very fond of these days, this is where you turn to, in a sense. And it's not just the breathing method, but it's a re-empowerment of the individual, archaic revival, psychedelics, physical. That there is a narrative, deep personal development, yoga. So what was I gonna say? Was I gonna link this thing? Alright, yeah. So I was gonna link the Wim Hof method, just so these will all be in the description and shit, when this is public. And I was also gonna link actualize.org shamanic breathing, plus live demo. So I do obviously recommend this guy, as I say a lot. Fucking, it's definitely worth taking into consideration a lot of his ideas. If you're not familiar, look, this guy will go bare deep and just basically like me. He just stands there, and it's not about him. If you make it about him, you fucked it up, he says. But he's doing what I'm doing. He's conveying information to you. And the way that he's set it out, and I'm not just talking about this guy, it's like an actual concept that I'm trying to build off of as well. And you know, it's like a very just like intellectual, I don't know, and people don't have to do. Essentially what I'm doing is I'm pursuing reality, and if anybody, you know, cares, then I'll be here. And trust me, it's not stupid, it's very fucking deep, and it tears your soul apart, and it seems to be at the end of your life, in a sense, like, you know, you're in reality. It's not quite clear how you. This is another video you gotta watch. This, I'm sorry I keep referencing this shit to you, but again, this whole channel is kind of just, this right now I guess is just like a super preface, because what's the video that I need to, and anybody who really knows me, I just shove this video down everyone's throat. What is actualize.org, and you don't need to care about this fucking video, okay? I understand. So it's like an hour and a half of this guy. This kind of shit, if you, I don't care about views and like money super loads, not really. But I would recommend you watch this, and I'm gonna put him in the description as well. And I'll put all names and shit on it, but this video is very foundational to everything that I'm doing, and I hope to build off of it. But you know, if you listen to this, for the most part, people do understand what we're saying, it's very deep. It's a pursuit in honor of life. Okay, so I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm probably gonna smoke some weed, and my dad is probably gonna kill me if I do that. I don't even need to, really, but before I do that, I should probably do some things. So that was all the intellectual, just fucking talking a load of shit. Really, I want to directly talk to you about my experience, and I don't want to fuck around. And the way that you can listen to this, in my experience, you know, people, it's like a podcast in a sense, is what I'm trying to make this, because I do reflect on the stuff I say when I'm at work with my headphones sometimes, and that's the reason why I'm here, is because now I'm understanding, and the reason why I'm just doing this like a massive preface is because I'm seeing visions like 10 years down the line, in a sense, of what I'm doing is, I have these ideas, and essentially I'm trying to do my stuff with music, and I'm trying to do my stuff with whatever, but I do want to communicate these ideas before, because I could die tomorrow, in a sense. And if I die, I want there to be, in a sense, I guess, a legacy or something that I've said, and I have said a lot. I've always been very loud, and this is why people know who I am. Not that it's like egotistical, I guess, in a sense, but I haven't ever like shut up. I've always said something, and it's definitely the thing with psychedelics. But none of that is really relevant. So what am I saying, basically? How am I going to do this whole fucking stream? I might have this go on for literally hours. What is the time? 9. But in a sense, I don't want this to get in the way of the actual experience, because you got to understand, I'm talking my shit now, but I could be like, if I was led down with a blanket, I would probably be facing all of my traumas and stuff. And I understand this now. So me talking my shit here is really doing a disservice, and that's what I keep saying. is because the magnitude of what lays on the other end of me taking a couple breaths. Let me do it again. I'm going to close my eyes and take a few breaths, and then I'm going to try and find the best words that I can to tell you what's happening. I can't, man. It's too fucked. Alright, here we go. Take a breath. Nah, bruv, I can see how that could get deep very fucking fast. I'm literally pulling out of that trance, bruv. That's like, I don't know, like, see, that was only like 20 seconds, if that. Bro, there's like a landscape in there. And then your qualia, and what do I mean by qualia? Like, the physical, fundamental, like, interaction with the physical world starts, like, mounting on you, and has like a whole different recontextualization. I often say that your whole visual field gets recontextualized, and it's the same with all qualia. And they seem to work among each other. So, like, this is what something that Terence McKenna said earlier that I was listening to that was quite fascinating. Is oh, fuck. Fuck, I don't mean to forget what I'm saying.
Soul, yeah, of everything. So, and they seem to work among each other. So, like, this is what something that Terence McKenna said earlier that I was listening to that was quite fascinating. Different recontextualization. I often say,
alright, so the qualia work off each other. So there's this one lyric in, like, the traumatic thing that goes, I smell sounds, I listen to flavors, I taste emotions when I'm speaking. Where's my marbles? I've lost my senses. I'm overheating, who let the breeze in? I'm shivering hot, I'm boiling cold when I'm something not freezing. More lemon, 24/7. I smoke till my chest is wheezing. I go to sleep at 5 AM. I do research in the evening. Astral travel technique is natural DMT I'm releasing. When my head starts vibrating, wow, I get that tingly feeling. Multi-dimensional teleportation. I leave my corpse on the earth when I'm leaving. I think that's what he said. That's a bad song. What's that song? I think that's Wake Up by Traumatic. See, I'm going to be linking all these things if anybody cares. And in a sense, like I said, I want to, like, I want to, like, present, like, playlists in a sense. And there is, it's probably not the best playlist ever, but there is a playlist on my channel. And the content goes deeper than just my channel itself. And something that, basically, if there's any value that I'm trying to bring to you, and I've always said I wanted to bring people together, and so, like I said, I'm always saying a lot, so it's not just YouTube, and I'm constantly working on ideas, and it's a very big vision kind of that I'm building slowly, and there's obviously a lot to say, and hopefully I'm not chatting pure bollocks, cause, alright, so, for example, let's go on my Instagram, yeah, and, like, in a sense, I'm trying to, like, direct you the breadcrumb trails. I'm communicating something very divine, to you, and I'm showing you these videos. If anyone cares about me personally, like I said earlier, if anyone has caught on to the kind of narrative that I'm saying and sees that actually potentially it does make sense, and sees the possible implications of some of these ideas, what what was I saying? Yeah, so I'm just showing you. So let's look at my Instagram, for example. I fuck around on here too much. This was like depressing that I'd done this, but for example, if anybody wants this whole narrative that I'm talking about, there's a whole rabbit hole of like artists who operate underneath this kind of frequency. I was putting loads of Terence McKenna talks, and then I'm gonna leave these in like these here, and then in these things here I have, can you actually see? Look, I have like a good like 10 minutes or even more than that of say like actualize.org, he's talking. So I'm just trying to like show you shit. I've obviously got my own content as well, but that's really evolving like now, I guess. But what was I gonna say? So essentially there is a lot there, and I'm definitely showing people a lot of stuff all the time, and I'm trying to get people to listen, and I'm very preachy, and I'll probably stop being preachy in the future. But the only reason I'm preachy is because why would I try and touch that? That was so stupid. The only reason I'm being preachy, yeah, is because I was growing up. This is what I was saying earlier, right? Nobody tells you about the deep implications of like health and nutrition and stuff, and like the nature of reality or anything. No one even talks about life at all. It's just like, what are you talking about, you weirdo? And then like depression comes to a lot of people, and then like, you know, people take drugs. A lot of these kids these days in Gen Z, like, we're fucked up, man. Like, so like I said earlier, like when you get into these bottom things, like I'm a bin man, right? And I don't want to just chat shit on this job, I guess, but it doesn't matter. I don't think I'm going to be there for too much longer, and I do need to sort my life out. Well, that's another rabbit hole. But this place is clearly very ill. Everybody I see is like diseased in a sense, and I'm not saying I'm better than anybody, of course. That's not what I'm saying. But it's very obvious, and this is what my dad was saying, yeah. And this does tie into the whole stream of the psychedelics. Is my dad works at some construction site, yeah, some like big fucking job. There's loads of man there, and everyone comes to work. And what's the easiest shit to do, right? What's the cheapest? Pot noodle, Rustler's burger. And another thing I was talking to Bespoke. I don't know if you guys know Bespoke. He was featured on a Traumatic track, but I was talking to him earlier. I shouldn't play any of his DMs. That would be disrespectful. But yeah, we were just talking about obviously like McDonald's McPlan is not healthy, and the Diet Coke and that. These things are like literally poison, and everyone knows you are what you eat. But it's about psychedelics make you realize what you already knew. So you are what you eat, yeah, that's great, but what does that actually like mean? What does that entail? You know, do you ever take a step back from life and go, what the fuck is happening at all? And then, you know, when you start asking very deep questions about first principles, you understand that the potential magnitude and the scale for your being and your existence, like, who's set these limits in place for you? You are fundamentally consciousness in some complex environment, right? And, you know, you like eat energy, process it. Life is very mad. And this is what I was saying on my Instagram earlier. So, yeah, so what did I do earlier? So it's not just, I was posting loads of Terence McKenna talks. Here's something that's irrelevant. Where is it? I'll let you play, like, I'll play a snippet. And this is, what I'm saying essentially is that there's more value than just my channel. I'm showing you a lot of stuff, but this is relevant, I think.
So much unbelievable things are happening right here. If you pay enough attention.
That is way too loud. I was not expecting that. That literally crushed my soul. Okay, so yeah, it's just a clip from Sadhguru.
So much unbelievable things are happening right here. If you pay enough attention.
And That is very much the case. So many unbelievable things. So that's what I was saying is and this is the whole thing about awakening. Is like fundamentally you are obviously some sort of consciousness, and there's an experiment, and there's an experience, and there's other beings, and you know there's drugs, and drugs are massive, man. So what I was gonna say earlier, this is let me tell you a story. So obviously I knew about the dangers of taking these hard drugs. I've obviously heard people can take pills once and just die. So this ties into how I think society is kind of ill in a lot of ways. Right, let me take a minute to just chill the fuck out. And I'll talk about my experience. So this will be my experience with MDMA and pills. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put like a text in the corner. Oh, that's what that box was. That fucked me up, or that made me trip out for some reason, that box. But yeah, if I get this text, where's the like interaction with the text then? Like, how do I change what it says? You know, here we go. Big sad. What was I going to talk about? So yeah, so I'm going to be talking about the breakdown essentially of reality for me. And this happened when, growing up, I first got involved with heavy drugs. And this was MDMA supposedly, but as people do, it's very common for teenagers. Nobody really tests or goes into the... No one really knows what they're taking. And for some reason, people push this narrative of like, oh, it's fine, you know, it's just, you know, it's not going to hurt you. I don't know, it's weird. But I would definitely, just to say, if anyone cares about any advice, and I said this to like my younger brother and that, like, synthetic pills and stuff that you're not testing when you're young in these party settings, I would say don't do it. Obviously, a lot of people that I talk to, and I say very often, pills are scary. So what was I talking about with what happened? So here we go, let's talk about pills, I guess, for a second. This isn't what I want to talk about, though. I feel like I'm throwing the experience. Like, I'm on the psychedelic experience, but I'm just chatting bollocks. But there is more mushrooms in front of me, and I will go deep later. 100%, I will go deep later. But for now, I think I'm going to roll a super zoot. And I'm going to talk some bollocks about how pills transformed my understanding of reality. And I had some very trippy times. So, okay, so let me get to the point. So, when I was, like, growing up, being 13, 14, this is what I was saying, no one really knows about nutrition. Gen Z is very free in this kind of a bit confusing, a confusing digital world. The media does definitely seem like the world is like ending in a sense, so it can be quite scary for a lot of people. And again, when I'm on the psychedelics, I feel the synthetic stuff, and I'm not going to talk about that right now, but so yeah, I was growing up. A lot of people get involved with pills when they're younger, and this is what I was saying earlier about society being sick. A lot of people my age are young, and they're really fucking suffering very bad. They're messing with pills and that. Of course everyone knows the crack, but there is a lot of pain in this Western world, a lot of pain. And I don't want to be a victim to any of this, I guess. You know, it's not about... You can't blame the world, and this is kind of what this personal development shit kind of says. And this is what I've realised with my content, you know, and I've definitely evolved a lot since making my first shit, and my first content was fucking trash, and that's how it is for most people. There's an evolution slowly. But, oh my god, I'm tripping. I will get to the point, and this is going to be long as fuck, so I don't expect anybody to like be on this narrative with me. It's more like a smoke and chill, I guess. So So what was I saying? Yeah, so people of whatever the fuck going through society, growing up, no one really knows what's going on, you know, depression, suffering, people like, these states are bad for a lot of people, and everything's in front of them. It's just like a confusing environment that just like feeds off of the like dopamine loops and like wage slavery, and it's weird. And what I'm talking about is like the very bottom, like all this media and stuff. It has a disconnect with the way that people actually live our lives. You know, like me and you, how we live in a house and we go out or whatever. I guess. I don't know. For the vast majority of people, we live in quite a toxic world. And I often say it depends what your threshold is for this stuff. And the psychedelics do teach this sort of thing. But yeah, even on a physical level, like I say, it's very toxic. And if you go into like ayahuasca reports, ayahuasca is like some super psychedelic in the fucking trees with the Amazon geezers. And I'll tell you what, I'll leave a report, and let's go on a little dive on YouTube quickly. Ayahuasca retreat. Here it is. So, like I say, I'm trying to really, I guess, like, show people, because, you know, if anybody ever, like, in a sense, I feel like it's my purpose, in a sense, to kind of, to show this kind of narrative of, and it's very clear what these things teach. And so this, I'll leave this in the description as well. So I recommend you look at this 11-minute video. But I remember this guy said, so he went on a 12-day ayahuasca retreat, which is insane. I would fucking love to do that. That would blow my mind. And this is what I was saying, and people were concerned for me, respectively, like my family, is I'm at the point now where, like, I do sort of, in a sense, grasp psychedelics. I've had a good 50 trips, and like I say, I've taken 7 grams, and I'm just talking to you. I smoke a fucking retarded amount of weed. I synergize mushrooms and LSD, and then I'm trying to report on these experiences, essentially. But what's the purpose? You know, there's got to be like a bigger goal, I guess. Why would I just talk about this stuff? Well, obviously it's just fascinating to me. That's number one. But, you know, is there anything I'm working towards? Well, a lot of it is there's a message of personal development, and it goes back to the actualized and shit, but a lot of it is about the re-empowerment of the individual. That's what this whole thing's about. I might have to go to the shop, actually. Oh, fuck. I might have to go there really fast. Yeah, because I'm going to run out of water, like, quickly. Ah, fuck. That's bad. Okay, alright, I literally got to go. I'm going to leave this stream, yeah? And I'll make it apparent when I'm back, but I can't be fucking... I can't be out here, yeah, with no water, because this is going to go on for a long time. So I've got to go, like, run to the shop and, like, get resources, because I've still got some mushrooms, and I've got a lot of weed, and this was kind of the plan. And this stream, I think, will probably be quite fundamental to my channel. And I will kick shit off eventually. I've said a lot of shit. It's a lot of preface bullshit, but we will get there. Okay, I need to go to the shop, so... Fuck's sake, if this... I wish I could record it, I wish I could cut it out, but I can't, I guess, so... I'll just have to leave you with nothing. Alright, I've got to go super fast, otherwise the shop's going to leave. So, I've got my keys, I've got my fucking phone. Alright, I'm out of here. Sound as fuck. I guess I'll probably mute my fucking microphone, just in case. Yo, just a note, yeah. I haven't gone to the shop yet, obviously, but bruv, as I'm walking down this hallway, I'm scatting. This is gonna be real. I don't realise I'm on 7 grams. Alright, I gotta go, but fam, I'm literally fucking dying. I'll report to you in depth what happens, but this is so mad. That was mad. Yeah, I feel like I'm doing a disservice. Like, I don't think I'm really getting the psychedelic experience when I'm just like reporting it to you guys like this. So I'm gonna expand how I report things, hopefully. And see. Yeah, that was weird, man. There was some like dickhead who was confronting me at the shop. I literally don't know who this guy is. This is the thing about these areas, yeah. That like these council estates, the government's put all of the people with like criminal records in the same area. Because you can't go to nice places, of course, if you have a criminal record. So that's how you get rough areas. Not saying that I got a criminal record, because I don't. But you know, family and things. Hello, cat. There's a cat outside, just fucking scatting at me. Hello. See, okay, so I'm going to try to do something. I'm going to try and invoke the language. So I haven't got it yet, but I can do it. And I think I can make it happen. So you'll see what I mean. I'm gonna stare out at the grass, and basically I'm going to try and make language become... let me turn my mic up. Sorry if I blew your ears up. But if I stare at the grass like this... eventually I can see words, I can see language and an intelligence, so I'll see if I can do it. It's hard, it doesn't work. I don't know, I can't... This is the thing, yeah, this is like the fundamental error with what I'm trying to do here. Is I'm trying to report this shit to you, yeah, but as I'm reporting it, I'm actually like fucking up the experience. Because psychedelic experiences are very emotional. Deep roller coasters, so... But I don't want to end it there, because you see, the experience isn't about me. I don't want the experience to be about me anymore. I want to go very deep into my mind on like a physical level, I guess, so to speak. And then like, yeah, and then hopefully we can build a narrative out of this. Okay, so what am I going to do? I'm probably going to smoke a zoot in a minute. And I was going to tell you about my thing on pills. Essentially, yeah, I prefaced it enough. I don't know if I want to go back to talking like this. It's hard. Or should I try and focus on some other shit? Just give me a minute, I'm sorry. Nah, I think I should probably stay on the stream. Because I don't know what there else there is to realise. I don't know if I can slow it down, but obviously I don't want to have you listening to me. And I guess this is the error of the psychedelic experiences. I can't have the psychedelic experience so much when it's filled with all this content. Normally you take it in the dark. If I was to lie in bed for 5 minutes, that would blow my mind. And that is probably what I'm going to do. So I'll try and keep it like interactive, and I'll try and put like the most value I can in each episode. And try and like give the best information. Just bear with me, because I am like a human with a body. And I am talking for hours. And like, obviously I need to eat and stuff, so if you want to listen, you can listen. I feel like I prefaced it enough, so... Right, there are mushrooms I gotta eat very soon. And there's a zoot to be rolled. And to be smoked. I haven't had a zoot in ages, like literally hours. And this is looking very fucking beautiful. So, look at this rolling tray. Jeez. I might, YouTube won't bollock me for rolling up on stream, I don't imagine. Please don't. I thought I might report to you what it's like to gaze into a mirror. Because eventually when you let your eyes drift and lose focus, it becomes very profound. So I'll do that in many areas right now. Or maybe I should do that as tell you what, I'm going to roll this zoot, and as I'm smoking it, I might not talk too much. I don't know, because you trip into things when you become silent, and this is the thing, because like I've drove on trips before, and I've been in conversation, and I've been consuming stuff on my phone. I don't know what I'm saying. It's so deep. I'm looking at all this shit that I have been on about. It is deep. So what am I on about? I've forgotten, haven't I?
It's hard. It doesn't experience to be about me anymore. You can listen. Psychedelic experiences. I can't have the psychedelic experience so much.
I don't know if there is anything. I don't know if I am actually saying anything. It's too bad. This is the thing. I don't know if you like just saw what just fucking happened to me. Because keep in mind I've taken an outrageous dose. And I just forget what I'm saying, but it doesn't matter. And then I just get overtaken by this like absurdity. The fact that I've had fucking awful experiences. Let me show you a sneak peek. I don't know if I'm ever going to release this video at this rate, and I don't even need to really show anybody. It's just fucking it's kind of stupid the amount of time. Oh, I don't need to open DaVinci Resolve, that's fucking long. Right, what was I saying? Fuck off DaVinci Resolve. If anybody can see on the screen, that's a thumbnail of my fucking super trip into hell. And yeah, I keep on going on about this video. I have an extensive trip report, and I just literally haven't looked at it for months, and it's literally basically done. And this just is kind of irrelevant, but I guess I'm talking about like the depression and stuff. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Yeah, oh my, I haven't seen this video for ages. It's kind of mad actually. I'll be excited to get this video out. But yeah, why am I saying this? I don't know, but I have this fucking... I guess I'm just saying that I've got a lot planned. Okay. So, should I talk about the pills? I don't know if I should even do this on the stream. You see, and I'm very sorry I'm like breaking down, kind of. Because I don't know if I should take 7 grams and then talk shit on the stream. But I feel like I need to get this information out to the public, in a sense. Because I want to say a lot of stuff. And I want to convey a lot of things. But I think I've painted a good picture in a sense of what I'm talking about. So, let's get to being obsessed. Pills, I guess, is just being irrelevant now. This is what all my family says. I'm completely consumed in... I don't know, it's not toxic, but it's just like I'm completely consumed in life. And for some reason people don't really have this, they just kind of live like whatever. But this is the thing about awakening and it making you feel like you're going crazy, is because your whole definition of reality and consciousness completely transforms. And then with that are like very deep radical implications, existential fucking madness. Can I roll this suit? Should I make it peng so you can see me rolling this suit? My desk is a fucking mess. So what's the goal of this video? Alright, I'm gonna eat these bits of mushroom off camera. I want to amp it up more because I've taken the dose. I'm tripping now. I've been talking shit. I've done the preface. I went out to the shop and now I'm set up. I haven't smoked a zoot yet, so I've got loads of weed in front of me. I've still got more mushrooms and I've got hours. And I've got a lot of shit to speak. So, and it's not that you have to listen, but I just want to get the content out. Because I fuck around for way too long of these ideas, but obviously, like I said before I die, I want there to be something. I'm obviously trying to say something. So, what this stream is, in a sense, is what am I trying to say? And I've said to many people, people suffer, like, you know, I see a lot of people out here, you know, these systems get very young people on these antidepressants and people are fucked up these days, and then there is this cure for all of this in plain sight, and it's obvious and it's an intuition and it makes sense, but it's a tricky game with the ego as well. And really everything that I'm talking about is awakening. It's basically like, when do you decide to look at life again from the outside, you know, fuck the past. You know, everybody knows what the crack is, in a sense. You know, you might have these things controlling your life, like love or relationships. That stuff's weird, isn't it? Can we not just, like... Obviously, falling in love is such a weird thing. I've had a lot of that shit come into my life recently. With, like, some image of some girl who, like, I think... Again, I'm just obsessive, but... No, just the whole notion of love is quite weird. It's like, people do very stupid things in the name of love, don't they? Like, outrageous things. It's like a connection to a being. And it doesn't seem to... Eventually it goes beyond the person, in a sense. And if I fall for it, I do love... Like, I do have love for, especially a individual, I guess. But that's only if I fall for it and let my consciousness kind of go there. Because I know it's like a game. And ultimately I'm constructing this person and this like attachment to them. But then of course love doesn't have to be that thing. But yeah, love is like a... And it goes back to the archaic revival, is it can be fucking... When two conscious individuals decide to build a profound life together and partake consciously on an amazing journey called life, not some fucking bullshit where you're out on the block smoking fags complaining about your job, because that's what we're all doing. And then what this is me awakening, and then I'm trying to get people to awaken by sourcing them all my shit and telling them about psychedelics and all this spiritual stuff. I don't know what I'm saying. Alright, I'm gonna roll a fucking zoot. Yo, this is bad THC. Okay, should I show you the zoot? There's no need. I'm not gonna show you the zoot, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna strap it up quick Okay, what was I saying? Because I was saying something.
Super trip. But that's only if I fall for it and let my consciousness kind of...
Oh yeah, I guess I was just saying about love. Yeah, I guess love is weird. Everyone knows love's weird. But again, this is kind of what psychedelics do. It's like a very meta, abstract look on life. And this is awakening again. And this is what's been happening to me, is as I get deeper and deeper into this work, everything just becomes very more abstract. But it's not just abstract, it's also like very beautiful. And something that Terence McKenna was saying, I was hearing, it's not just beautiful, it actually means something. If you stare at breathing nature after ingesting an outrageous dose of ayahuasca and smoked a lot of weed, mate, when you stare at this breathing, living ecosystem, that is transcendence, and that is awakening. And there is do you not see how there's like a kind of like intelligent frequency that kind of experience, you can say whatever you want, but if people can sort of eventually understand what I'm saying, because you gotta think, when I'm talking about this deep sort of shit, you gotta understand that you might have a load of preconditioned baggage that's coming from your culture and stuff, that's telling you, you know, what's possible, what you should do, you know, drugs do this, drugs do, like the whole notion of a drug is you got to broaden the whole thing, and you got to look at it from the biggest picture and start again. You got to question everything. This is what that traumatic says. You got to question literally everything. And I've always been is it spectacle? Yeah. And this is how you arrive at somewhat truths. Whenever I do this, when I take an outrageous dose of mushrooms, sit here talking, drinking water, breathing, smoking weed, I end up feeling ill, like actually sick, physically. And this is something I said in a previous stream, is it's like extrasensory perception. I haven't looked into this too much. Tell you what, let's just have a fucking look on the internet. Let's see what the internet is saying if I just search extrasensory perception. I took ages to type that. It's because my keyboard's got like a roller tray on it. Okay. Look, this is the thing about the internet, and this is what happened to me and awakening, is like, I don't understand what these people are doing. These people are out here smoking weed, and this is why I keep telling people about their potential, because do you not see how mad the internet is? Like, people, I see some people taking control of their lives, and that's what I'm ultimately advocating. It's like a conscious decision to like master your life in a sense. What is extrasensory perception? I'm gonna have to look into this shit soon. Should I look into it? Should we just watch this collectively? Can I make like a face cam? Because that would be quite good. I don't know if I should fuck around to do that. So let me just like talk about this fucking video. What have they got to say? From Howlcast. Is it going to be bad?
What is ESP? Extrasensory perception. Literally, to know something that you cannot logically possibly know. Something outside your own physical experience. I have been told I have super psi. The ability to reach back into...
Oh, no, this is some dickhead. Okay, I don't know who this is. Alright, maybe I got fooled a bit, bruv, but what is this? Extrasensory perception. I don't know, look, I'm trying to look into extrasensory perception, yeah. What did Traumatic say? And it's like, he goes, I'm tapping into higher sensory perception. My macabre is activated. That's protection. Or something. I'm at one with nature. That's my connection. The powers in control. They should be sectioned. I hope they die slow from a chest infection. fuck a vaccine. I don't need injections. You can lick my ball bag and suck on my erection. Oh, that's just jokes. Yeah, I don't know who this bitch is. Sorry, I don't mean to. I'm not, like I said earlier, this person's coming on here with Ouija boards and crystals, fam. Oh, bruv. What is it with these dickheads, yeah? The thing is about the psychedelics is, the psychedelics are like the pinnacle of, like the extrasensory perception shit. Like, it's more outlandish than a UFO. It's like the quintessence of everything that you could ever imagine. When you have these experiences, the whole world ends. You can go so deep where nothing exists. And I'm kind of sacrificing the experience just talking shit here. But I will report deeper on it later, more live. But yeah, this is more me, I'm just chatting shit, I guess. I didn't really expect to do this. And it's a bit of a difficult decision, isn't it? Because I either have the choice to just like talk shit or actually have a trip. But hopefully I can like make a kind of environment where I just chill. I don't know who would invest the time to do this with me. But like I say, I just want to get the ideas out there, and I'm sorry for prefacing forever. But yeah, there is shit, obviously, to be said. And I guess this is just, I've laid out a few ideas. And I've talked about the vision a lot and what I'm trying to do, the evolution of everything. So, I just got fucking weed in my mouth. Yeah, it's a weird world out there, isn't it? I can't believe I've got more mushrooms. Like, I swear I've got like a 0.5. That's quite a bit. That's quite a bit of mushrooms. That will change. And so later what I'm trying to do, I think, is I'm going to lay down. Like I said, I'm going to do the Wim Hof. Hopefully I don't destroy myself. Because what happened in the last stream is I kept talking like this, yeah. Drinking this water, smoking weed, running off of mushrooms and piss fumes. And, my body, eventually, it was very clear to me that it was very toxic. I don't know if I just have a weird eye for this stuff these days, but what I'm saying, and this links into all the psychedelic stuff, is like the reason why all this disease exists is because we operate on such a shit frequency genuinely in our lives. We're like dragging our bodies around. We don't really have much body awareness, you know. How many of these people really like know in like, bro, there are diverse worlds out there. That's what I was saying to some people, yeah. And like, and this is the thing, if you're gonna hang around with me, you ain't got to, yeah. And I'm quite an introvert, I guess, but I say this a lot to people. When you start to get to know me, I guess, if you talk to me, if you care, and it's with young people as well. And this is the whole thing with the personal development. It's like, at some point you got to look at your life and go, what the fuck am I actually gonna do? But it's kind of weird to say that because there's a lack of action on my behalf, but it's very necessary to get a very big understanding intellectually before you then pursue this like 80-year lot. Bruv, life is fucking, obviously it's a gift. The whole thing of life is so magical, and you can't, I don't know why people say it's not magic. It's weird. And I know I'm just a dickhead saying life's magic, but I always say this to people. I'm like, oh, it's obviously magic, because right in front of you, how can you not see it's magic? And there's a video on my channel, I'll link that in the description as well, if you want to see like a minute short of me going, it's magic, bruv! Then I'll link it in the description, I guess, but it's called Can't You See? Should I just play it? Because I don't know if it will be up forever.
Look at all the different humans in the fucking world, with all their different personalities, all their different physical traits, all their different likes and dislikes, all their different passions, all their different fetishes and weird. Look at all the different animals with all their personalities, and look at all the beings. Why? Why is any of this here? Why am I here? Why do I have my personalities? Why is there just this matrix of exploring society and people? And why is it that you can meet someone that resonates with you? What is all this? It's science. It's solid, boring. It's a load of numbers on a bit of paper. No, it isn't. Can't you see yet? Can't you see? It's pure magic. It's been magic the whole time.
I hate this video, kind of. And this is the thing, I don't want to, like, fuck with these, like, stupid, because I've just got stuff to say, and I don't want to just, like, make these edits, I guess. So yeah, what do I mean by magic, and why would anyone care? Right, why do I keep saying it's magic? That's what I said to my mate. If I was driving to work, at 5 AM, going to a builder's site, there's a time and a place to talk about the nature of reality. And the reason why I talk about this stuff at all is because this is actually precisely what gives it the depth. It's like a very fundamental. We're trying to work from ground zero and like build the light. Because so this is what I was saying to my mates. It's like when are you gonna look at your life and go, what am I actually gonna fucking do? You know. And people know what I mean. I've got a very good friend, and we've definitely got a lot closer recently, which is kind of good. And we're probably going to talk about a lot of very in-depth ideas of this sort of shit, and hopefully, we can kind of build this shit up. And you know, there's all these people out here like Andrew Tate and that, and in a sense they're inspirational because they're out here and they're talking their shit, and people listen. So I'm gonna like try and hop on that in a sense. Obviously I'm gonna challenge ideas, and I'm gonna see how far I can push the boundaries of my intellect and everything else, but it's obviously going to be very deeply interwoven with psychedelics and philosophy and like deep spiritual teachings. So I guess that is probably some of the deepest shit I've probably ever really said on my channel so far, and that's why I want to just do these streams, because it's the only way I can just convey to you these raw ideas. And like I say, I'm going to be building on these things, so if I ever do anything in terms of experiments, I'm going to leave some links in the description, right, to the experiments or whatever. This has been on my mind for a long time, but yeah, over years I'm just going to like report in very easy to access ways of going very in depth on outrageous doses of psychedelics, and then combining that with like extreme physical shit, like exercise, cold showers, ice baths, Wim Hof breathing, shamanic breathing, and going like to the depth. And then I would take outrageous doses of ayahuasca, and I am willing to do this stuff. And it's probably quite scary, the level of commitment that I have to these substances. I've spent more money probably than I've spent on nearly anything else in my entire life is psychedelic mushrooms. And they've completely transformed like my genetics, and I believe that. It's not I believe that, it's I'm directly conscious of that in my direct experience, and my whole reality is completely changed, and this has very deep implications, and people can discuss this stuff. And yeah, so there's going to be a lot of good stuff coming in the future, I can tell you that 100%. There's going to be some fucking facts coming your way. I don't know if I'm going to do the mute. When it comes to music, I've got to have something to say in it. I don't want to just... The music is just something else. We'll get to that one. That's just a whole other problem. Alright, should I take a break and talk about my experience? It's been a long time. Alright, I'm going to spark this suit up, so I'll try and not be long. So here we are in the bedroom of death. Okay, I feel like I need to sort something. This is what happened to me on the other stream, yeah. I started to get into this state where I kept talking shit, and my body was like trying to catch up with this like water that I keep consuming, this weed that I'm smoking, and it's clear that I'm, like I said earlier, I'm operating on a shit frequency that results in disaster, physical disaster, and this is where these cancers and things, I believe, come from. Is everyone's like so what I was referring to with the ayahuasca stuff that will be linked in the description, that 12-day ayahuasca report, he said this is clearly how you're supposed to live. Everyone lives there and breathes very organically within the environment. Should I try and like get a couple of clips off? I'm sure YouTube will allow me to watch this guy. I don't know if I even like need to, in a sense. But I guess hopefully this will. I'll watch this video with you. I don't know if I can like. How can I make it so that you can see the desktop as well? So here's the desktop, and then add video. No. Yeah. Is it actually going to work though? Because this is the thing. I swear it's like retarded. Or do I have to like delete this whole thing? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm fucking around with like the actual software for a minute. So, and I'm tripping, so I don't really know what's going on. What is going on? Video capture device. Bang. Here I am. Okay. I guess I'm doing like a reaction sort of thing. Yeah, I'll just talk about this guy. This will be kind of interesting to bounce the ideas off of. And this is what I want to do. This is sick.
I'm Seth Roberts. I'm from Houston, Texas, USA. I'm a physician back.
So of course I'll leave the links in the description, and I won't make any money off of this video. It's just a reaction video, I guess. That's fine.
In my life, I'm a radiologist. So I read X-rays and CAT scans and MRIs and ultrasounds and things like that, and do some surgeries. And I came because
I'm
I
gonna
heard
skip a
conditions
bit.
and coming. What I found, however, was much less small than my ambitions. And we did 7 ceremonies. My very first ceremony, I had my list of things I was wanting to work with, and they were all done in the first hour of the first ceremony. It was just mind-blowing and
Crazy.
perfect. It was beautiful. And then after that, just such beauty and connection and
Oh, sorry. But do you not see the way that he's like talking? Because what this ayahuasca retreat is, if you can see this whole environment, you go here with these people, very beautiful people. They sing, they give you amazing food that is for you, and it's the real food. It's not no consumer, like our food has become products, and this is why the world is ill. Look at this guy being very vulnerable and just talking about his soul, and this is sick, man. I might watch this for a minute and just smoke this suit, and then I'll say
small than my ambitions. And then after that, just such beauty and connection and vibration that happens in the ceremonies. I was just overwhelmed.
Yeah, it is vibration, right? So I guess we'll talk about hopefully we can get into some depth a bit more as we talk later into the night. So it is like vibration. Like I have experiences, I actually tapped into like something in my ears, yeah. And then ever since I got into this thing on the psychedelics, it's never left. And this is something you got to be very careful with the psychedelics. And this is a kind of a warning to anybody fucking with psychedelics, is you got to realize that you're basically playing with psychological fire, and what happened to me as I abused the psychedelics quite a lot is the very nature of my thoughts changed so radically that my thoughts were so loud and immersive. And this can be maybe because I wasn't, my life isn't, it has become kind of reckless, but this is kind of what happens with psychedelic abuse, because I was a normal kid and then I take loads of mushrooms and now I'm chatting loads of mad shit. This is what my dad said. He was like, did you talk to the plants before you took the mushrooms? I'm like, well, no, but I was talking to the plants once I took the mushrooms, and I know all the preconceived notions and shit that comes with that. But in my direct experience, I'm literally communicating with an infinite intelligence, bruv, and I'm dead and everything at the same time. Shall I play you this clip from Terence McKenna? And I do understand this, and I agree with what Terence McKenna is saying when he says this stuff. And this is me being very radical, but listen to what he has to say. And this is the thing on my story again, with my Instagram, saying that I actually have like some content that I'm trying to show you. What was it?
Larger body of people. And if you're
It's very loud. What was I trying to find? I don't know what I'm looking for. Oh no, it's this one. It's called The Singularity. It's like a song. Listen to this.
There are no boundaries. You are eternity. You are all space and time. You are alive and dead, here and there, before and after. The singularity is a coincidence.
It's mad, bruv. Look at this shit. Like, I went on like some mad run. Look, put the drugs in the food and the water you drink. And I went on like some fat run, and all these songs are saying the same thing. My blue pill today, how about you? Oh, I took my blue pill as soon as I woke up. Oh yeah, very nice. You think there's any other colored pills we could take? Oh, Janaskus, are you sure you took your blue pill? You're asking about a whole lot of fucking questions. Yeah, a lot of people say this shit, and I was just kind of connecting, so that's what's on the Instagram anyway. So yeah, I guess, can I just talk about this? So yeah, I was just saying it is vibration. That's what this guy was. It is vibration, yes.
Then my ambitions, and perfect. It was beautiful. And then after that,
so I've had experiences where my jaw started vibrating through my whole like being, and this was I had like a bad trip recently, sort of shit. And in this trip, I became very deeply in my body. So this is something I was thinking earlier when I was just being. So you know how like, given the present moment and that you are a human, you obviously have a body, and there's always a body awareness. If you're conscious, there's like a picture of a body in your mind, and you can become aware of it. So in the psychedelics, they seem to invoke that you just become this body sometimes. Like, I remember like you can just become the essence of being your toes. I remember I was very in my toes at one point, and my jaw was vibrating with like, and I was like, I was my body, and I was like radiating through all of my problems, and I was like, seemed to be like physically swimming through my mind. This was on like 6 grams something. I woke up at 2 a.m. yeah, got in like a cold bath for 5 minutes, and it was awful. And then I was fucked, and then I took 6 grams, and then I laid on the sofa and had like a horrible trip. And bro, that's what I mean. This is the dedication. I'm like brutal with this shit. I don't want to eat these mushrooms. I sit at this desk, bro. I'm eating these mushrooms. I'm like, but there's a reason I'm doing it, and I can see that there's slowly a narrative that I can push, and I've done a lot of prefacing. I've said what I need to say now, I guess. And so I guess now all I've really got to do is actually start putting some work for, you know, what am I going to do? Just talk about this shit more and more. This is what I've been thinking recent, like, with all this mass awakening sort of shit, right? Which inevitably it has got to happen in a sense, like, the governments and the systems will, over time, thanks to death, decay, and there will be new powers likely to rise up. And especially with all this COVID shit and all of this war, I'm pretty sure we actually had to, like, there was like an actual proper thing. Like, is it not mad that we're supposedly always fed by the media that we're on, like, the brink of war? And these are what these, like, you can say whatever you want about this, like, traumatic guy that I keep talking about, all this actualized, but the thing is, if there was a war, these people have sorted it, and you have to kind of acknowledge and respect that. And this is what I'm advocating, is you can take control of your life to such an extent. And this is what this actualized.org video said, that you need to fucking watch. It's an hour and a half, and I tell people again, I'm like, why don't you just invest like a few hours to just learn the ropes a bit, and then you can go deeper, because there are deep practices and stuff that I'm advocating. So I don't know why people don't invest like an hour and a half into a video. Because I tell people this will change your life. So what was this video said, you know, how do you know that? I might watch it and I might commentate on it, because it's a very good thing to talk about. So we're here looking at actualized as we do. So I might talk about his kind of concept. So should I go into it? Alright, I'm going to get my stuff together. I'm going to breathe a bit. I'm going to listen to this video and then I'll talk a bit about it, probably. I don't know, I shouldn't, you might just copyright it. It's a bit long, but you gotta watch this fucking video regardless. But I'll watch this ayahuasca retreat.
Much less small than my ambitions in connection and vibration that happens in the ceremonies. I was just overwhelmed with it.
Pure magic.
My sense of belonging, and with each successive ceremony, I gained more and more insight about the real nature of my reality and myself, and of the universe and my place in it, and the connectedness of all things, and the infinite scope of time.
It's real,
and that I just learned patience and expectation and understanding, and that it's all coming as exactly as it should. It's such a peaceful feeling. It is such a peaceful feeling to know that everything is as it should be. I came to
Listen to what he's saying, bro. Listen to that again.
The temple and reality of myself and of the universe.
Listen,
and
bro.
my place in it, and the connectedness of all things,
you can
and
have
the
this.
infinite scope of time, and that I just learned patience and expectation and understanding, and that it's all coming as exactly as it should. It's such a peaceful feeling. It is such a peaceful feeling to know that everything is as it should be.
Everything is as it should be. What a beautiful thing to think. And this is what people with depression kind of need to let off a bit, in a sense. You're here now. I need to go to these ayahuasca places. Where is this place? Temple of Light. I'm going, I've decided now. Temple of Light, I will be here soon. Within a year or two, within 2 years, I will be in this place. And I will have an in-depth report.
Came to the temple a scientific materialist, meaning I thought that consciousness is the sum total of all of our neural connections and synapses, and that it's really a physical manifestation of a chemical process. And my deep appreciation, understanding of evolution, of kind of astronomy, it was all very, very scientific. And I wouldn't call myself a spiritual person. I feel connected to people, and I feel like the root of it has always been a deep sense of understanding that we're all here together. But I would say I was an atheist, if it's hard to say now, because I'm not ashamed of it. It's part of my journey. But after my first session, I realized that there's infinity, that we're all a part of it, and that consciousness and spirit, they exist. They've always existed in time, from beginning to end. I've got a new understanding of place in the universe. I was afraid of dying when I came here, and now I understand so much more about the path that we're all taking and the beauty of it. There's no residual there for me. Like, I'm just so grateful. It's hard to put into words the profound change that's happened in me from this gift. This is powerful medicine. It's powerful medicine, and it vibrates on levels that aren't not just spiritual and intellectual. I mean, I could feel the Ikaros, these beautiful songs in the middle of ceremony, just moving through my body. I could feel the maestros coming as they moved around the circle toward me. My internal vibration, I mean, it's the only word I can use. I'm not the guy who ever used words like this before, ever. This is not, whatever you're thinking about what you're seeing in me now, that's not the guy I was. So, I didn't...
I'll leave this linked, bruv, if I haven't already. Please, are you listening to this shit, fam? That's so fucking mad. That'll be in the description, but I mean, hopefully, I'm sure this channel will let me watch this video, but bruv, that's very nice to hear that. And I feel like this video, there's a very fundamental, deep connection that you can get when you burn through all of the karma, all of the bullshit, all of the ego. We're fundamentally conscious beings, and there is infinite beauty, and we can create it. The human imagination is infinite. Listen to this fucking guy.
Come here with this terminology in place, but it was vibration. I could feel it reverberating through me, and as they passed and went, I could feel it still lingering. And
this is the thing. Before, I've had these are very deep, mystical experiences that move through your soul. I've been like singing in the shower before, like in the dark, for like half an hour. To like some of my favourite vocal music, and it's like spiritual, and you're connected to life. And then people go, oh, don't take mushrooms. Yeah, well, what are you doing, bruv? That is sick. That's like the pinnacle spiritual connection to reality itself. And it's healthy, and this is the thing. And this will be the resurgence, and no one can really deny what I'm saying, because this invokes working through your traumas, and it's like a self-actualization, empowering of the individual. And psychedelics will show you your new mind, and they've got information for you, and they're trying to teach you stuff. Terence McKenna says, nature is speaking to us. This is not a metaphor. And then whilst it traumatic goes, when I'm speaking deepness, I leave them speechless. I know some secrets nature's trying to teach us. Human beings, we don't need leaders. We need some preachers. And I know some healers. This world is run by evil creatures with reptilian features. Yeah. He talks some mad shit, but yeah, bro, I'm gonna listen to this guy more, because this is so wholesome.
it lingers still. Once it's heard, it's just not forgotten, and I'm so grateful for that. Reconnected to nature and the rhythms of the day, and
Bro, wouldn't that be so pang to just connect with your soul on the deep? This is literally what you need on the deepest level. So I'm willing to invest $2,000 or whatever the fuck, because this is like, this will literally boost you into infinity. This is what you need. This is that whole. Trust me, it's the completion in the individual, and it's present moment. You're complete for infinity.
Of the earth, you know. It's real hard to live a life in regular day-to-day society and still feel connected. It's important to try, but over years I got less and less of that sustenance, and being here really has reconnected me with that understanding. You know, when the sun comes up, my body wakes happily.
I'm so
and beautifully.
sorry. I'm such a dickhead. I can't believe this door's been open the whole time. My dad is gonna murder me. Please don't watch this video. Literally, the door's open. It will be okay, but bro, that's a bit mad. I'm so sorry. I need to quit. Stop. I know I've been blazing in my room a bit. My dad's gonna kill me. I'm sorry, Dad. I love you.
And to try, but over years I got less and less of that sustenance, and being here really has reconnected me with that understanding. You know, when the sun comes up, my body wakes happily and beautifully, and there's a rhythm to the day here. There's a naturalness to the way life is lived. There's a clear cycle of giving and taking, you know, with the sustainable growth and the importance on the stress on ecologic maintenance and
So, do you not, when you hear this, yeah, do you not see how this is obviously like infinitely epicer than Western society? It's not about the ayahuasca, it's the whole way they live. It's the ayahuasca retreat itself. These people are complete. And this is what I was saying to my mate. I was on the phone, my best mate, Ollie, and hopefully we'll make a podcast or some shit in the future, we were saying. But imagine just solving every problem instantaneously, all at once. And this is what the psychedelics can invoke. Because there's an absolute psychological recontextualization at the very bottom level. The name of the game completely changes. This looks sick. This is so trippy. Something that's really cool is like, and why I love doing this is because I'm on here with this microphone and or my bare powerful computer. I've said this before, and it's just so trippy. Like, and I've had the screen, like, when I'm taking these outrageous doses, this setup is just quite, it's quite fun because the visuals are playful and I can fuck with it. I realise now, and I can like dance with the visuals. But this is the thing about awakening, is you become the visuals if you take outrageous doses, and the visuals communicate like stuff, and they can become like entities if you take DMT, bro. I've never done DMT. I haven't said this yet. I need to do DMT, bro. I've never even done ayahuasca.
And even encouragement, and the food and the bathing and the swimming and the quiet time. It's just how we're supposed to be. I get it now. This is what life is supposed to have been. It's always been this way, and there's a reason. There's a peace that comes from it because we're supposed to be like this.
Are you hearing that, bro? This is what I'm saying. Like, I don't have the answers to the universe, but it's obvious that there's something wrong. And here's this world of stuff, and this is why I keep talking. Because I'm trying to build and, like, bro, what's happening? What is this conscious shit?
done some filtering of what's happened here through my medical training and come up with some interesting perspectives, small ones, about the way the medicine works. And I can say that what I do understand about it falls very short of explaining what's happened. I can also say that there is a powerful medicine here. There is definitely a healing, and it's so beautiful because it's different. In the West, the medicine that we use is always patching holes. It's always fixing problems after they've happened. I mean, there is a movement and there is a lot of groundswell about trying to prevent disease, but there is this understanding of simple cause and effect in the West. In fact, it's almost a requirement that there's simple cause and effect. And the medicine here, and it is medicine, there's no doubt in my mind. There is no doubt in my mind that it is medicine. The medicine here, it looks deeper and it looks more into the underlying causes of these illnesses. And it feels like it's a fortification, a protection against the diseases that in the West we try to fix after the fact. So it really solidifies, the understanding that that medicine is not one thing. Medicine is there's a beautiful possibility of combining the best of both worlds.
I'm resonating with this guy, bro. I will probably go to I don't think I'm going to be in these Western people. I would love to integrate into a culture. Why can't I do that? And I will. If I just get my shit together. All I want to do is go to this place. And I'm realising live how fundamental this video is probably to my whole life. I need to fucking... That's mad.
Western medicine and this traditional Amazonian medicine, and I'm very eager to start learning about ways that can happen. But I can say I've never felt as healthy. I've never felt as vibrant. I'm a healthy person. I eat healthily, I exercise, I avoid toxic things in my life. I sleep, I have loving relationships, all the things you're supposed to do. I've never felt this healthy. There's a recharging that happens, and yeah, for that I'm grateful. This is important. This is important.
You cannot not listen to... So see, the thing is about people, yeah, is they just don't listen to me. I don't know what it is with people. They seem to have a lot of people do have a problem with me, because I do talk a lot of shit. However, with that proposal, what are you going to say to that? You know? Like, what?
To hold on to. We need to... Everyone can benefit. Doesn't matter how healthy you are when you arrive. You're going to leave feeling better than you've ever felt. The Temple of the Way of Light is a return home. That's what it's been for me. It's a remembrance. It's a powerful reminder of our potential and of our source. And yeah, it's a beautiful, welcoming, nurturing place.
Oh my god. Yeah, that is mad. Oh my god. So can you just leave society? Like, what is this thing? You know what I mean? Where is this? If I physically travel to this place and I'm willing to give my soul to these people, you know, what the fuck? That's so crazy. I would do that. I'm out of here. I don't need nothing, bro. Who are these people? It seems like you just solve every problem ever, and I'm willing to kill myself to the bottom of my life to, like, bro, I need to integrate with this culture, bro. I swear this is it. I swear this is the cure. Look at this. Like, who are these people and how are they living so vibrant lives? And it's just easy. And this is what I was saying to my mate. I was like, this is what the podcast is going to be about in the future, yeah? Why are we living so fucked? And if you've been following what I've been saying for a minute, then you understand what I mean. People are like dying out here, and then who are these people? Terence McKenna said, no wonder they don't wear clothes. Would you? Shall we listen to Terence McKenna talk about DMT? See, I don't mind listening to this sort of stuff. This is the sort of stuff I talk, like, what I'm trying to do is I'm kind of like trying to bring loads of shit together, I guess, in a sense, of hopefully non-copyrighted material that I can use, and we can like bring together like a fairly high quality shared mind space. I guess that's what I'm trying to do. So DMT, Terence McKenna. So what is there to say? And I guess it's kind of good to watch videos, I kind of realise now, because I can then talk about individual aspects. And I think this is going to take over my life, I realise. I think there's going to be very many hours of me pretty soon on the internet. Because I just want to discuss ideas. So let's have a look. DMT is everything. So if anyone has a problem with the copyright and shit, of course, just email me. I'm sure these people will be silent. Like, they don't even really own the material. Half an hour. Let's listen to this together and let's see.
As far as DMT is concerned, ayahuasca is driven by DMT. What made me go to the Amazon was I first encountered DMT in the...
I'm just going to check on the quality of the streams, like the actual sound of it. Together and let's see. Together and let's see.
As far as DMT is concerned...
Yeah, sounds good to me. Okay.
Underground in Berkeley in 1967, and I was absolutely amazed. I mean, I had already taken LSD, but for me and to this moment, DMT is just the most amazing thing in the universe. I mean, it shouldn't exist. It's impossible. And every time I do it, I come down, I say, this is impossible. I mean, to call that a drug? What a joke. I mean, it just masquerades as a drug. It's not a drug. That's preposterous. The problem with DMT is its incredible power, that only the most intrepid can form any coherent impression whatsoever of what's going on if it's a strong trip. I mean, there are sub-threshold trips where you just graze the tummy of the beast, and then people come down with various models of archetypal closure with the cosmic carnival. That's the archetype of DMT, is the cosmic circus. But if you actually get a strong hit of it, which is in no way dangerous, but simply a true boundary dissolving hit, it's into some place, it's almost like, well, I once said, you know, there's danger of death by astonishment. And I think that's true. That's the major danger, is death by astonishment. Because you just get in there and you say, my God, you know, I thought I had some expectation of what was possible, and instead this is just so blown that, and it somewhat freaks me out, I have to confess. It is so alien, so huge, so complete in itself, so unrelated to our petty concerns on this planet. I mean, I went to it first as an art historian, And I was a Jungian. I mean, I had Jungian proclivities, and I thought, what does this say about the archetypes? There is no archetype for this. Not in the painting of the Bushman, not in the ecstasies of Hildegard von Bingen, not in the ravings of Mandaean ecstatics. Human spiritual experience never got this deep, never tore open this doorway. And yet what? It's a long toke away for an ordinary human being. How could something that titanic and beautiful and cosmic and alien be kept secret, when what we do is we seek in all corners, in all times and places, for the bizarre, the outre, the unthinkable? We're always turning over rocks, secret teachings, ancient cities, buried ruins, lost tribes, you name it. Well, then here is this thing which is like the absolute quintessence of what all those things are aiming for. More stunning than the rise of Atlantis from the Atlantic seaboard is a toke of DMT. More appalling than the arrival of alien star fleets in the skies of our planet. And yet it's here. It's here. And I don't often invoke it. I mean, for me to talk about it is to invoke it, because it's weird to talk about it, because it reminds me that we don't know what we're doing at all, that we sit in rooms discussing all this stuff, and a war rages, ignorant armies clash by night, that whole thing. But this extraordinarily powerful thing, the depth of which, the measure of which is so hard to take, lies very near. What I had hoped for from ayahuasca was, my brother and I, when we got into this DMT stuff, we said, we've got to slow down this movie. I mean, you get in there for about 70 seconds, the first 35 of which is taken up with you checking all your meters to make sure you're not dead. Because that's what you assume. You say, I did it, I'm dead, I'm dead. And then you say, but chest rising and falling, thoughts continuing in linear apparently I'm not dead, apparently I'm something else. Well, then by the time you sort it out, you're usually coming down, and people come down babbling, raving. I mean, I've seen people who've headed mega corporations, people who are accustomed to ordering hundreds of people around, just completely come apart because it is so unexpected. So our notion was, slow the movie down, get in there. And ayahuasca looks like a strategy for doing that. And we couldn't imagine, can you picture people wearing penis sheaths and painting themselves with red ochre, and they have this, and this is what they're doing? And then it makes the whole notion of history seem crazy. I mean, we're primitives because we diddle around with atom smashers and stealth bombers and stuff like that. I mean, and these people have this other thing, so of course they don't wear clothes, Bill. Would you? And
I'm gonna leave it there. So, it's been a long time. Oh my god, I still have mushrooms. Why would I do this? It's like stupid o'clock and I still have like a 0.5. I don't think I'm gonna go to bed tonight, which will be interesting. Okay, so I might take a minute to recover. Like I said, because I'm a human with a body, so I'm gonna turn my light off. And when I'm back, I'll make it apparent. But here's a view of the room, looking quite aesthetic. I wonder how I could put my keyboard in there. I can't really. but my keyboard is looking sick. Could I not make like a vibe? Or is that just a waste of time? Why am I having such a shit time? I don't know. It probably doesn't look cool to you. I'm just tripping. Alright, I'll turn the light on when I'm back. But I gotta fucking drink stuff and breathe, and then we'll decide what we're gonna do from there. I think I'm gonna do some experiments with some breathing potentially, but we'll see. I was just thinking, yeah, I might as well leave the I just thought I might as well leave the actual fucking commentary on. Drone dimension. Oh, I don't know though, because they will like strike my video, but of course these will be linked in the description. So what other videos have we got?
Foliation and quenching.
I'll just leave you with these while I like sort my life out.
DMT is the strongest hallucinogen there is. If it's possible to get more loaded than that, I don't want to know about it.
Listen, bro, this shit gets deep.
And I say so when I'm there. I say, my God, if you can get more loaded than this, keep it away from me. So that's it. It's the strongest. It's also the shortest acting. DMT, when smoked, in most people, is return you to normal in under 10 minutes. Under 10 minutes. Now, this is interesting because people who think there's nothing to this, who should actually invest the 10 minutes to find out what's, a 10-minute DMT trip is worth 20 years of academic pharmacology, art history, psychology, and all this other malarkey. Because then you just say, okay, I got it. Another very interesting thing about DMT is it occurs naturally in the human brain. Well, now what's going on here? He's saying the strongest drug, the fastest drug, is the most natural drug. It means that, you don't have to sail off into 3-hydroxy-4-pyridyl N-methyl marubishtik or something like that to get into the exotic realms. No, a human metabolite, which takes only 10 minutes to undergo its entire exfoliation and quenching, is the strongest of all. Well, then what is it? What does strong mean? What is a strong psychedelic? It's highly personal. Every psychedelic trip is. But what happens on DMT for a large number of people, I mean, we don't have any statistics, but it is a completely confounding experience. I mean, you may have had the expectation, you might think if you had never had a psychedelic experience, that it sort of begins like the Bach B minor fugue and goes from there as you rise into the realms of light and union with the deity or something like that. That's not what happens on DMT. What happens on DMT I referred to this morning. A troop of elves smashes down your front door and rotates and balances the wheels on the after-death vehicle, present you with the bill, and then depart. And it's completely paradigm shattering. I mean, you know, union with the white light you could handle. An invasion of your apartment by jeweled self-dribbling basketballs from hyperspace that are speaking in demotic Greek is not something that you anticipated and could handle. Sometimes people say, is DMT dangerous? It sounds so crazy. Is it dangerous? The answer is only if you fear death by astonishment. Remember how you laughed when this possibility was raised, and a moment will come that will wipe the smile right off your face. And this death by astonishment thing, well, one thing about it, I mean, let me say a little bit more about it. One thing that endears DMT to me is, I like to say, it doesn't affect your mind. It doesn't seem to affect your mind. In other words, you don't change under the influence of DMT. You don't become a kinder, gentler person. You don't sink into, you know, a line of drool from one corner of your mouth as you sit there twitching. You don't change. What happens is the world is completely replaced. Instantly, 100%, it's all gone. And what is put in its place, not one iota of what is put in its place was taken from this world. So it's a 100% reality channel switch. They don't even retain three-dimensional space and linear time. It's not like you go to an exotic place, Morocco or New Guinea. It's like reality is swapped out for something else. And when you try to say what it is, you realize that language has evolved in this world, and it can serve no other. It takes years of practice. So what you're looking at is literally the unspeakable. The indescribable falls into your lap. And when you try, you're loaded, right? You're there, and you're trying to explain to yourself what's happening. And so this is like you try to pour water over the transdimensional objects in front of you, the water of language, and it just beads up and flows off like water off a duck's back. You cannot say what's there. And I've spent, 25 years fiddling with this. It's become the compass of my inspiration, trying to say what is on the other side of that boundary. Just 2 large tokes away at any given time is this non-Euclidean, non-Newtonian, irrational, un-Englishable place. But it's not smooth and empty and clear. That's not what gives it its indescribability. What gives it its indescribability is its utter weirdness, its alienness, its power to astonish. What happens to me when I smoke DMT is there's a kind of a going toward it. There's a sequela of events which lead to the antechamber of the mystery. I mean, you take a toke, You feel strange. Your whole body feels odd. You take a second toke, all the oxygen seems to have been pumped out of the room. Everything jumps into clarity. It's that visual acuity thing. You take a third toke if you're able, and then you lay back and you see this thing which looks like a rose or a chrysanthemum, this orange spinning flower-like thing. It takes it about 15 seconds to form, and it's like a membrane. And then you break through it. You break through it, and then you're in this place. And there's an enormous cheer which goes up as you pass through this membrane. Some of you may know the Pink Floyd song about how the gnomes have learned a new way to say hooray. They're waiting. And you burst in to this place and you're saying, you know, geez, you know, this stuff is really speedy. I mean, that's like describing a space shuttle launching as noisy. You know, you say, this stuff is, it's, you know, and you say, am I all right? Am I all right? That's the first question. And so then you run your mind around the track and you say, heartbeat, normal, yeah, normal, heartbeat, normal, pulse, normal, breathing, breathe, yes. But what's right here, and from here out is this thing, which no matter how much science fiction you've done, no matter how much William Burroughs you've read, no matter how much time you've spent in the company of the weird, the bizarre, the outre, and the peculiar, you weren't ready. And it's completely real. It's in a way more real than the contents of ordinary reality, because see how the shadows here are muted and there's a lot of transitional zones from one color to another and so forth. This isn't like that. This is crystalline, clear, solid. You can see the light reflected in the depths of these objects, and everything is very brightly colored, and everything is moving very, very rapidly. And there are entities there. It's not about calling them up or the whisperings of them. No, they're in your face. And they're right here, and they're worse than in your face, because what they do is they jump into your chest, and then they jump out. And so you're like this. And you have to keep saying, keep breathing, don't freak out, pay attention. And the entities speak to you. And they speak both in English and another way, which we'll get to in a minute. But in English, what they say is, do not give way to wonder. Hang on. Don't just go gaga with disbelief. Pay attention. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to show you something. They are very aware of the fleeting nature of this encounter. And they say, you know, don't just spiral off into amazement and start raving about God and all that. Forget that. Pay attention to what we're doing. And then what they're doing is they're dancing around, they're jumping around, they're emerging explicitly out of the background, bounding toward you, jumping into your chest, bounding away, and they make offerings. And they love you. That's the other thing. They say this. They say, we love you. You come so rarely. And, you know, here you are. Welcome. And then they make these offerings. And the offerings are objects of some sort. And now remember, you are not changed. You're exactly the person you were a few minutes before. So you're not exalted or depressed. You're just trying to make sense of this. And the objects which they offer are like Fabergé eggs, or exquisitely tooled and enameled pieces of machinery, but they don't have rigid outlines. These objects are themselves somehow alive and transforming and changing. So when these creatures, I call them tykes, when these tykes offer you these objects, you grok it, you look at it, and immediately, because you are yourself, you have this realization, my God, if I could get this thing back into my world, history would never be the same. A single one of these objects is somehow, you can tell by looking at it, this would confound my world beyond hope of recovery. It cannot exist. What I'm being shown is a tiny area where miracles are being transformed. And the creatures, the tykes, are singing. They are speaking in a kind of translinguistic glossolalia. They are actually making these objects with their voices. They are singing these things into existence. And what the message is do what we're doing. You can do what we're doing. Do it. And they get quite pushy about this. They say, damn it, do it. And you're saying, but, they're saying, no, do it now, do it. It's saying, I can't handle this, and then this kind of reaction goes on for a while. Well, then I don't take credit for it. It was not willed, but like something comes up from inside of you. Something comes out of you, and you discover you can do it. That you can use language to condense objects into existence in this space. It's the dream of all magic. But here it is, folks, happening in real time. And then they're just delighted. They just go mad with delight and turn somersaults and turn themselves inside out. And they all jump into your chest at once. And after many encounters of this sort, when I first did DMT, I couldn't bring anything out of it. I just said, it's the damnedest thing I've ever encountered, and I can't say anything about it, and I don't think I ever will be able to say anything about it. But by going back repeatedly and working at it, I think I've gotten a pretty coherent, well, let's not go that far. I think I've got a pretty clear metaphor, anyway, for what's happening in there. And I think a lot of people have this experience. When you talk to shamans, they say, oh, well, yes, the helping spirits. Those are the helping spirits. They can help you cure, find lost object. You didn't know about helping spirit? I said, well, I knew, but I had no idea, that it was so literal. Say, oh no, that's the helping spirits. But then the other thing they say, if you press a shaman, if you say, well, what exactly is a helping spirit? Say, well, a helping spirit is an ancestor. Say, you mean to tell me that those are dead people in there? Go gaga with. Then the other thing they say, well, what exactly are objects of some sort? And now remember, you are not changed. You're exactly the person you were a few minutes before. So you're not exalted or depressed. You're an ancestor. Say, well, yes, ancestor, dead person. You didn't know about ancestors, apparently. This is what happens to people who die. And you say, my God, is it possible that what we're breaking into here is an ecology of souls? That these are not extraterrestrials from Zenebel Ganubi or Zeta Reticuli Beta. These are the dear departed. And they exist in a realm which, for want of a better word, let's call eternity. And somehow this drug, or whatever it is allowing me to see across the veil. This is the lifting. You want to talk about boundary dissolution. It's one thing to get tight to your partner. It's quite another to get tight to the dear departed of centuries past. That's a serious boundary dissolution when that happens. What these creatures want, according to them, is they want us to transform our language somehow. And I don't know what this means. I mean, at this point in the weekend and in my life, we all are on the cutting edge, and nobody is ahead of anybody else. Clearly, we need to transform our language, because our culture is created by our language, and our culture is toxic, murderous, and on a downhill bummer. Somehow we need to transform our language. But is this what they mean? That we're supposed to condense machines out of the air in front of us? How does this relate to the
I don't mean to eat an orange bear loud down the mic if that's what I've been doing. I'm sorry I'm not talking either, but this shit's mad, you can't deny.
persistent idea promulgated by Robert Graves and other people that there is a primal language of poetry? That poetry as we know it is a pale, pale thing, and that at some time in the human past, people were in command of languages which literally compel belief. They compel belief because they don't make an appeal through argument or metaphor. They compel belief because they're able to present themselves as imagery. You know, William Blake said, if the truth can be told so as to be understood, it will be believed. And so these things have, and it's very confusing because you wonder, you say, well, have people been doing this for thousands of years? And if so, have they always encountered this tremendous urgency on the other side? If people have been doing it for thousands of years, why is there this urgency on the part of these entities? And who exactly and what exactly are they? It appalls me, you can probably tell, that I have to talk about this because I am not, this is not my bailiwick. I mean, I'm a rationalist who's just had a very weird set of experiences, but I am a rationalist. I mean, I have no patience with channeling, you know, the lords of the many rays, the divas, and, you know, there's this whole thing going around about disincarnate intelligence, and it's mostly under the control of fairly, shall we say, non-rigorous thinkers. But I like to think that I am a rigorous thinker, and yet here I am telling you that, you know, elf legions await in hyperspace, one toke away. The difference between my rap and, you know, the Findhorn folks or somebody like that is that we have an operational method for testing my assertion. We can all smoke DMT, or you can make it your business to now find out about this and see for yourself. And not everybody agrees with me. I mean, some people say, you know, it wasn't anything like that. But some people agree, and I think if you get 2 out of 10 agreeing with a rap like this, then you better pay attention. Yeah, somebody...
It was me. You said that no amount of meditation or anything else prepares you for it. I mean, I've certainly smoked a fair amount of DMT, and I've maybe not 50 times, but probably approaching that, and I'm still not prepared for it. Each time it seems like, I mean, all the times before haven't prepared me for what I get into. Is there a point where you found that you are prepared?
No, you're never prepared because, in fact, and I mentioned this last night, something goes on in the DMT flash that I don't think anyone can bring back. There is at the core of the experience something is revealed that is so appalling that nobody can bring it back into ordinary reality. And that's why it's hard to understand, because as Steve, you know, I've done it a number of times, and every time I approach it, it scares me shitless. I cannot approach it any other way, and it's physical. I mean, my palms sweat, I can't hold the pipe, my hand shakes. I wish I hadn't gotten myself into this situation. I fear it like death itself. That's the clue, folks. I think that what happens, and I've reached this opinion by reason and rationalization, not by direct experience. I think that what happens at the center of the mandala of that experience is that you do understand that these are souls. You have some kind of experience which converts you to this view beyond a shadow of a doubt. I'm not saying you meet your dead grandmother, but it's something like that. And that experience is simultaneously so affirming and at the same time so paradigm shattering that you can't retain it. You return to this world with a story of jeweled self-transforming basketballs and Fabergé eggs and a lesson in hyper language. But there is a moment, I think, where you find out something truly, truly paradigm shattering that you can't even tell yourself. It's such an appalling revelation. And the only thing I can think of that would fill that bill is something about the nature of life and death. That you actually go under the board, you find out the thing which nobody is ever supposed to find out in this world. And I suspect it's what shamans know. That a shaman is a person who knows the unspeakable secret. And once you know it, you know, there's no going back. I mean, you become fey, enchanted. You're touched by the other. You now are a part of fairyland. And this gives you, I don't know what it gives you, charisma, magical power, healing, the possibility to heal. But it also sets you apart from your fellows because they don't know from it. They don't know. I mean, science can't survive in that environment for half a minute. The entire construct of Western reason disappears into that dimension like hurling an ice cube into a blast furnace. You know, it just can't survive that encounter. If flying saucers were to land on the south lawn of the White House tomorrow, it wouldn't change the fact that DMT is the weirdest thing in the universe.
What a mad video. I'm just chilling out. I don't know if I will remain on the stream, to be honest. Oi, I've still got mushrooms that I didn't even take. I got a whole weekend in front of me, bro. It's literally Friday night. That's so jokes. I realise in these moments, yeah, like I just accepted myself. I know it sounds gay, but I'm always beating myself up about like the way that I live. Why has there got to be so much resistance, you know? Fuck it. It's not good, and I acknowledge that these days. I'm just talking about like depression and shit. But I feel like it's important, and if you're listening to this, it's important to like just let yourself breathe, because it doesn't matter, does it? Stop beating yourself up, because you've always got 10 problems. So just be here now, innit, and like because I have these problems that tick away. But this is what I was saying, like, I swear I used to be more awake, even though I hate all my old content, yeah. I used to be more fucking woke back in the day. What was I saying? Sorry, this is just peak.
Nobody. I cannot approach it.
See, this weird shit's happening, yeah, like, obviously I'm trying to figure out what I'm saying, but because I'm so tripping, it just goes beyond that completely. And the whole idea that I've said anything just, like, fucks off. Alright. Look, I've got these mushrooms in front of me here. That I still haven't taken. And I ain't gonna take them on the stream, of course. But I don't know if I should take them, because there's this weird, like... Because I always take them when I'm tired. But that's okay. Alright, I'm probably going to eat them, like, now. And then, I don't know what's going to ensue after that, so I ate a little bit of fruit just now. If anything interesting happens, I'll turn the light on, but I'm just having a bit of a think, innit? So, just give me a minute. It's 11:30. Yeah, so yeah, it's just good to like let yourself breathe, innit? Because all this bullshit that you think that you should be doing about personal development is just a concept, when in the present moment. And this is the thing about awakening, yeah, it's just stupid, because the meditation and shit is essential because there's nothing to do, in a sense. And I forget that shit, and that's why I'm suffering, because I'm like running away from this confrontation of reality, because it is kind of painful in a beautiful way. So where the fuck? What am I even looking for? Why am I on my phone? I don't know. Who is this guy? What's Instagram saying? Yeah, I think I'm pretty fucked, so I don't know what I'm gonna do, really. I don't know if I should remain on here talking. Probably. So I'm gonna turn this shit off, and I'm gonna take this final bit of mushrooms, and then I'll and then I'm gonna like meditate and things, because this is the thing about the psychedelics, is it's no good me talking this shit. The whole time I've been here, I've been distracted from the essence that I'm talking about. I'm on 7 grams, but I'm not confronting the present moment, so I'm missing the whole thing. So I'm gonna take a little bit more, and then I'll wait a little bit and chat some shit, and then I'll try and do some spiritual practices to kind of invoke something mystical, and then I'll try and report like the experience, because it is quite an outrageous dose, so I might as well try and convey like something a little bit valuable. So yeah, I'm sorry for just stealing content of that Terence McKenna talk, but I think it's valuable, and I kind of want to show the people I love this material, because I can see how, especially with me and like my best mate especially, I see how our understanding is evolving through time. Alright, so I'll be back in a minute. You know what, I'll leave it with more Terence talks, to be honest. You know what, I'm going to leave it with a very important talk, I think. You know what, so, if I haven't linked this one that I just done, what is DMT like, that is such a cool video, bro. What a fucking sick. This is why life is so cool, and nothing will ever defeat that understanding. So that video will be linked in the description as well. So but you see, I don't know like what I can really say about it. You know, it's just mad, isn't it? And when I've been doing this, I've been talking about this for like 3 hours. So essentially the conclusion is like infinite love. But it's definitely worth talking about.
Well, I certainly think it has been used to warn people away. I mean, that's what we were told, is you'll lose your mind. And I remember when I was a proselytizing 19-year-old, having taken my first LSD trip, and then I went home for Christmas convinced that I would turn my parents on. And I just realized these people don't want to do this because they know they're crazy. That is the bottom line. They actually know it. They're comfortable with it. They don't want to mess with their minds because they sense the fragileness of it all. Yeah, I think it was Tim Leary who said LSD is a drug which occasionally causes psychotic reactions in people who haven't taken it. That was certainly the case in my family. I mean, all you had to do was mention it, and people would hit the ceiling and begin twitching, and their eyes would roll back, and say, "My goodness, this is a powerful concept." This question of how dangerous are psychedelics, I think anybody who deals with them eventually comes up against this. Well, the question you have to ask is to whom or to what? What is it that they threaten? I don't feel afraid of dying. I really think that if you die on a psychedelic, it probably is a decision or the revelation of a cardiac dysrhythmia or something like that, and it could have happened to you jogging or swimming or in the baths. That, you know, some of us are delicately poised and we don't realize it until it's too late. The psychosis thing, there are two schools, I think at least two schools, and one school is, this is what is supposed to happen. You're supposed to take this and break down completely and yell and howl and flop on the floor and beg for mercy and have to be straitjacketed and so forth. And then after 9 or 10 hours, you're all right. And you say, wow, that really did me a lot of good. That was great. Well, I'm not of that school. And it may be, and I am willing to fully entertain the possibility that I have a problem, that this let it all hang out school is the way to go. My notion is that I want to understand it, and I want to sit quietly, and I don't want to react against it, and I don't want to push into it, and I just say, you know, please be nice and show that's what I say to it. I say, show thing, show what you know. And then it begins to pull back the veils and reveal. And it's a dialogue. And I really don't like losing control. And I've come to see that as an issue for me. I never have lost control except in situations where it was such a total loss of control that that was not an issue. In other words, there was no fighting. It just happened. Yes. And, you know, you can lose control. I've had experiences where something was going on. I came to awareness and something was going on. And after a long, long time, I realized I'm a person. I'm on a drug. That's it. I'm a person on a drug. Now it's coming back to me. That's it. That's it. I'm in the middle of a trip. Jesus. And I didn't even, you know, wow. Well, this means, you know, you're already on your way down at that point. But that's not a control issue. A control issue is when you don't want it and it still keeps coming. And, you know, humor is sometimes the only recourse. I mean, you just have to say, you know, kill me already. It's impossible. It's just impossible. I don't know, you think different things about this, I think, don't you? This is an area that we talk about a fair bit.
Somewhat, yes. Terence and I generally, for some few years now, trip alone. I mean, not even together as a couple, although there have been many times. But this individual, quiet, what Terence does, the searching, asking, is so rewarding to me that I find myself going away. Your question about how to prepare for it, I'll just tell you how I prepare. I meet it with fear and with courage every time, you know, but the fear is always there. And 5 grams is a serious step. You know, sometimes you're surprised and 5 grams was much less than you thought. Other times it's, you know, beyond the beyond. I go away to a cabin by myself for a few days and try to keep my sense of humor before, during, and after. Be clean in terms of diet, but attitudes, and shed whatever it is that I'm carrying around in my daily hassling or whatever. And know that I'm not really alone in it, because I think that fear of really being totally alone in it is one of the things that overwhelms people. I don't call it thing, as Terence claims that he does, but I do find that it is an entity. There are entities in it, whether it is one or it's just filled with many, but you can ask for the security of having one be the communicator with you. So in some cases, I always invoke something at the beginning, beforehand, someone that I can relate to. In some cases, it has been the great goddess of the ancients, because she can take so many different forms. I leave that up to her. But I can ask for a voice or a face or a shower, you know, to be there. So it has more form to it, because the total formlessness you meet sometimes in the middle of a trip, it can be truly terrifying and confusing and not instructional. And then other times it's been an ancestor, a known ancestor, or whatever makes sense to you. Someone told me she always asks her grandmother to be there and just do the channeling, you know. And whatever form you put to it has a power, sets up a field then that the information will have to contend with. And I, over the last 4 or 5 years, have just become very secure with that approach, so that I trust the dose and I trust the situation. Then what comes through during that experience is still always the unexpected. but that's fine. That's then what you learn, you know. And then many of us here, I think, have talked about techniques, but some of you are new to our discussions, so maybe not. A basic thing to say is the breathing is always very, very important. And anyone going into a trip on anything should know that conscious awareness of your breath, and however you choose to do that, will have the greatest modulating effect on the content of anything you can do. Sometimes it's just a simple following your inhaling and exhaling. Sometimes it becomes stronger, or a blowing. And then there's singing, which we were talking about last night. It's the, you know, the oxygen is a rush in itself. The sound is a dimension unto itself. It doesn't have to be a song with words, or you don't have to be good at it. It just, singing in that context just means letting your body manifest the vibration that you are perceiving. You're perceiving so many at once, and your body wants to resonate with it, and so it will if you just let it make sound. And that something about the sound and the oxygen combined is so makes you at one with everything. So these are techniques for dealing with the dread, and the dread is terrifying, you know. And although many of us, we wouldn't be so interested in this, talking about it, if we hadn't had beautiful, dazzling and hilarious trips as well. Fortunately, more of them seem to be that. But if you're on a quest, you're going to meet dragons, you're going to meet everything, you know, and then it's good to know what to do when you meet those.
I think that's something that anybody who's concerned about preparation should be most concerned about. Mindset.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's almost as though the trip gives off a vibration backward through time before it happens. So, for instance, the evening, an hour before you're about to drop, you often feel as though you've already taken it. And if that feeling is unpleasant, you can violate the inevitability of the casuistry and not take it. You know, I mean...
Well, many things are going on when you trip, I think, which is that you're checking into your deepest self, but you're also taking a weather report on the cosmos for that moment, you know? And so you may be fine at that moment, but it is good, as Terence says, to check out what is the feeling of everything, what information came in subliminally to me today, whether it was on the news or something somebody told me, which set up a field that I've acted like wasn't important, and yet we learn to tell the kinds of things which might overwhelm you once you get into that state. Do I want to be overwhelmed by that? Okay or not okay, you know? A lot of what you will encounter are the moods of the world, of the atmosphere in the moment you take it. And that's part of the can't always get what you want factor.
And the more conscious you are before the experience, the easier it will be. There's an old Catholic trick that comes into play here. The way I usually do it is I take it, and then it won't come on for like an hour and 20 minutes, but I sit in the dark that hour. Some people say, well, it's not going to come on for an hour, so I've got this videotape I'd like you to see, and no, as soon as I take it, I treat the situation as though I've entered the sacral space. And in the hour before it comes on, I usually manage to carry out a fairly detailed examination of conscience. This is the Catholic trick. I anticipate everything in my personality and world situation that might cause me to have a bad trip. Say, well, you're cutting corners on this, and you really haven't squarely faced that, and so forth and so on. Well, by the time the thing actually comes on, you've usually processed most of this, and then you can just say, okay, now let her rip, you know. But if you hadn't done that in the preceding hour, well, it might be waiting for you there. And I think most psychedelic researchers agree, 5 out of 10 New York psychedelic researchers agree that the ordinary way that a person's psychedelic use develops is the first trips are the most unpredictable and the most self-involved. And that's when, you remember when you were molested or this or that. It's all about you and your hang-ups and understanding your place in the world and what's going on. But if you press through that and continue experimenting with these things, nobody is so screwed up that that part of it can go on forever. Eventually you begin to break out into a kind of generalized dimension where you say, this isn't about me, this has nothing to do with me, this is the place the ancient books were talking about, this is what religion and shamanism and myth is about. In other words, past the disentangling of the shock of a personal and unexamined personal unconscious is the more mystical and transcendental realms. And a lot of people don't persist to reach that. They find the rubbing their nose in all of their own personal stuff so odious that they just call a halt right there and can't understand why anybody would take these things. I mean, people say, you do this for fun. No, not exactly. It's just the best form of entertainment that we know.
This shit blows my mind. So I went off camera and I did take the last little bit. Deep talk live, deep talks. So let's do 7G. Yeah, I'm sorry for just being long, innit? I don't even know if there's much value. I'm just like recycling these Terence McKenna talks at this point. Yeah, the way that I'm operating is really weird and unconscious. I'm not even interacting with the environment properly. I don't know if you've seen the way I've been on the computer, it just doesn't make any sense. Live, deep talks, 7G. Psilocybin, Terence McKenna, and Sheer. Live, deep talk, 7 grams psilocybin, Terence McKenna, and Sheer. So I'll put all these links in the description, yeah. I haven't named them, so I guess I'll have to do that in the future. I won't do that right now. But there's bare links anyway. So let's make this shit fucking public. Bang. Hopefully I don't get hacked or some weird shit now. Alright. I always go to about 3.5 hours, and that's normally when it dies. So let's have a fucking browse. "7G, psilocybin, Terence McKenna, and Sheer. Deep talks." Sounds good to me. See, I enjoy doing this stuff.
Culture is created by our language, and our culture is toxic, murderous, and on a downhill bummer. Somehow we need to transform our language, but is this what they mean? That we're supposed to condense machines out of the air in front of us? How does this relate to the
I don't mean to eat an orange bear loud down the mic if I...
They compel belief because they don't make an appeal through argument or metaphor. They compel belief because they're able to present themselves as imagery.
Bro, this shit is so deep. You can't even deny it. The stuff I'm talking is facts, bruv. What the fuck? 7 grams psilocybin. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm drifting off at this point. I'll smoke a zoo and do some meditation later, but I am actually tired. But yeah, I think I've set the scene for a lot of stuff. Terence McKenna. Live, deep talks, Terence McKenna. That's funny. Super psychedelic sextentation. So stupid, bro. X is kind of... X actually talks about this shit. He does go into spiritual stuff. I don't know, man. X is strange. I haven't listened to a lot of his deep stuff, but I used to resonate with him so hard when I was younger. X is sick, man. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll put something up on the Instagram and shit. Because if anybody wants to talk about some stuff, then I might. So maybe I'll play some voice notes. Yeah, this would be a good idea. So somebody asked me, what is it about psychedelics that I like? And then this is what I proceeded to say. I didn't know how to spell psychedelics for fucking ages, bro. Don't worry. That's a massive question. Many things, but I think the main thing is that it seems to like boost your personal development in a sense, because what seems to happen is it lets your Tell you what, sorry, before I do that, I'm gonna put on my story. Man's out here, if anybody cares, talking bare shit. Deep talks. 7 grams a man's took. Terence McKenna. Super psychedelic sextentation. Been on here for ages, but yeah, I just took loads of psychedelics. Now I'm just chilling because I'm like tired, but I did chat loads of like mad shit if anyone cares. So yeah, come join me. There's a chat and stuff, and let's talk about things. Man's out here, if anybody cares, talking bare shit. Deep talks. 7 grams a man's took. Terence McKenna. Super. So this is the thing. I don't even care about money, and it just. Man's out here, if anybody cares. And I will just do this thing, because I want to do this thing. Alright, what was I gonna do then? So I've sent that shit out there. I'll probably put some stuff on my Snapchat, to be fair. Yeah, so just give me a minute, I'm sorry for being long. When something happens, I'll turn the light on to indicate, but I'm just gonna post, like, shit on my stories and stuff. Yo gamers, I'm like live talking about shit. If anyone wants to come and like talk some shit, then do that. Been talking for like 3.5 hours. I took 7 grams of mushrooms. I'm talking deep talks, super psychedelics, XX Tentacion. We're kind of reacting and just chilling and having a smoke and fucking oof. And just talking in it, so come and chat some shit if you want to. I'm like live talking about shit. If anyone wants to come and like talk some shit, then do that. Been talking for like 3.5 hours. I took 7 grams of mushrooms. I'm talking deep talks. I wonder if someone will just come on here and just talk some shit, because it would be quite fun.
Cleaned in between every crack, no fucking moss or nothing, like look at the difference.
Why is this guy so obsessed with cleaning?
All of that. And then
Fair play. It's just kind of meaningless, though. I guess it depends. Alright, is there actually anything to say? Because I don't know if I'm really going to say much anymore. So I'll probably log into another Snapchat as well. Because I might see if I can call, like, my mate, and because we talk about some shit sometimes. And, I'm just chilling, so... I mean, hopefully, maybe I can make something to say eventually. What am I doing? Yeah, I'm just putting shit on Snapchat, like telling people to come in.
Yo gamers. Yo gamers.
That'll do, that'll do, that'll do. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. This is the thing, yeah, it's like, if I just keep talking shit and making noise, it will just grow. So, fuck it. It's pretty cool, isn't it? In a sense. So, I'm gonna message my mate. Maybe you'll hop on a call and chat some shit. Yo bro, I'm just fucking chilling and smoking some weed. Do you wanna call? I'm like live talking shit, so I don't know if you wanna hop on. I'm just like chilling. Oh yo, come on, this'll be jokes. Yo G, hold on, don't say anything. Can you hear me?
yes.
So before we like say anything, like I don't know if you want to call, but I've been like chatting shit on YouTube live for like 3.5 hours. So I was if you wanted, we could just, because I haven't even said anything for a while. I'm just smoking weed. So the only purpose of me saying anything is because obviously I just wanted to get some random ideas out there. So I don't know if you wanted to like just chat some shit for a minute. I don't know. There's nothing to. Well, first of all, I took like 7 grams of mushrooms. So.
Oh, a big boy.
What are you saying anyway? Like, what are you actually doing?
Good grade. Watching the stock videos.
Are you gonna get bare rich? Are you?
Planning on it. Main goal.
This is what the narrative is. We just gotta get rich. This is. Oh yeah, I've been.
What else you can do, isn't it?
And it. This is. Oh yeah, I've been talking some mad bollocks like on this. Do you think that you will generally be successful in that, like, or what?
Yeah. Because I'm not going to stop until I am.
So but how have you? When did you just adopt this mindset? You know what I mean? Like, what happened? You just started absorbing this. I think it was Andrew Tate, and then something clicked within you, and now you just want to succeed.
Yeah, well, because it's like, you know that when you have that shit, like, it's just always in you, it's just like, you live your life in such a shit way that, like, that part of you is almost asleep. And then you see something and it sort of just awakens that part of you.
Well, it's like a calling to action.
Yeah.
Finally, it's like when, like, you know, you look at your life as you grow up and you're like, what? This is what I was saying earlier on the stream, like, and this is, I was actually thinking about you hearing this. I was like, we as two conscious minds can surely decide to do mad shit on Earth, you know? Like, what?
Well, like, it's not hard to make money. There is literally fucking money everywhere. The second you have money, you basically unlock time. Then when you unlock time, I mean...
Yeah, innit? What?
You do whatever, man.
That's so
when you've got
stupid.
money, the second you... Like, it's not even about having loads of money. The second you just get a true passive income, which doesn't necessarily exist, I guess. I mean, it could do, depending on what you do. Like, obviously I said to you about the idea of those YouTube videos, and if that did work well, I mean, that is somewhat of a passive income. You only need to do like a couple hours work.
But the thing is, this is what I was thinking though, and this is something I've been realising quite deeply. Yes, the money is a thing, obviously, you unlock time, blah blah blah, wage slavery, but it's actually more about the process and the lifestyle you adopt in this healthy financial situation that you, like, build. So it's...
See, the thing is, I was driving home, right, and it just sort of popped into my head. And I think it is from, obviously, like, again, watching them and, like, it just... You know how people always say, it's like the people that do genuinely have money or whatever will just wear normal clothes and shit, and you won't actually sometimes really be able to tell that they have millions in the bank or whatever.
Yeah.
But then the poor people are always the ones that are like wearing the fucking Gucci belts and shit, but actually have no money in the bank.
Can you give me 1 second? Sorry, you will genuinely be successful on the Instagram and shit. Sorry, I'm just fucking with the live because I don't know if it can hear you. Anything is can you make something? Oh my god, it can't hear you. That sucks. I don't think it can.
I got a big Discord with you in a minute.
Is that gonna take like bare long? Oh, this is so peak. I mean, it will still work, and I guess as we were saying with like I think it could still hear me, but as we were saying with the podcast, because this isn't really anything solid. Like I said, it's like deep in some long as fuck talk with Terence McKenna and blah blah blah. So then I guess we can just like talk about some random ideas into what could potentially be some sort of like YouTube shit in the future if you wanted.
Yeah.
For a minute, and just smoke weed and just like chill.
Yeah.
That's jokes. Okay, well, let me, I'll get Discord open, and then we'll chat some shit.
Okay, well, I'm smoking a zoo at the moment.
Okay, so you don't want to open Discord now?
Well, I'm outside at the moment.
Oh, right, so it's a computer thing.
Yeah. Actually, no, I couldn't open it on my phone. Actually, alright.
That's what I was thinking, innit? Alright.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try and figure it out, and then I'll fuck around with the software, and then we'll see where we're at.
Okay. Well, sure. What chat do you want to go into?
Do you want to? We'll just call privately, innit?
Okay.
Where are you?
Ring me when you've got it sorted.
Ollie, I'll just call you now, right?
Okay.
Alright, so. Okay, if anyone can hear me on the stream, this might be a long as fuck process, okay? You'll have to bear with me while I figure out the technical bullshit. I don't mean to eat an orange bear loud down the mic. So, fuck it. Jump some shit. Yo bro, I'm just fucking chilling and smoking some weed. What is happening with this stream? Like, I swear I can't access what's been happening. This is weird. Okay. Let me fuck around, because something's going on. Right, what is this shit? Where's the link? Where do I share it? You know what I mean? Share, copy, bang, open. Like, this is weird. Okay. Okay, so you don't want to open Discord now?
Well, I'm outside at the moment.
Oh my god, it can hear him.
It doesn't necessarily exist, I guess. I mean, it could do, depending on what you do. Like, obviously I said to you about the idea of those YouTube videos, and if that did work...
Yo, this is jokes. Okay. So how can I get Ollie on here now? Well, there's no need for Discord if that's working, because that changes the whole name of the game. So let me just call him on the regular. Yo, bro. Wait, it turns out it was recording the whole time. So, it's actually... That's good.
Work well.
What are you saying then, anyway?
Oh, cool. But, yeah, what I was saying before, is that now that, my main goal is to make bare money, it's made me want to not spend, my money on expensive, clothes and, expensive bullshit.
This is the thing that Hamza was saying, right? Oh, I need to get some charger. But I walk around with North Face, yeah, but I have no money all the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's backwards, isn't it? The people who got P's look like Eminem.
Yeah, but go on then, tell me what you actually spend your money on, because...
I spend I'm in debt. I've turned into destructive coal, in a sense. I've burned literally... I've been smoking a 3-5 a day, Ollie. 3-5 a day. I'm literally fucked. My whole I haven't eaten dinner for 3 weeks. and I'm taking 7 grams of mushrooms consistently.
Where does your money actually go then? Just on drugs?
Weed, mushrooms, food, rent. Purely. There's no savings. And I'm skint, I'm literally borrowing, I had to borrow £30 from you, right? I asked you and Paige. But yeah, that's my situation anyway. So, the reason that any of this is relevant in a sense is because me and you is just being random old boys, and this is kind of what Andrew Tate was saying, is how can you come from people just living in government, like council estates, into taking full control physically, in a sense, of your life, taking control of your money, of your diet, of your relationships, you know what I mean, like in a personal development, and you can do it.
Yeah, but most people don't have the discipline.
No, this is the thing, I don't actually embody anything I say. I'm just like a vehicle. I'm saying shit, but my actions, I don't do much these days, but like literally I'm sat in this chair smoking weed, taking mushrooms, like, and I eat food. I have not got no practices, but it's mad. But I mean, we'll get there.
I'm on a bit of a different course, to be fair.
What are you doing then? Like, just money in?
Yeah, like, I've been watching bear videos about stocks, but I'm planning, it's my birthday soon, I'm planning on getting bear books about it and shit. Obviously,
That's sick, fam.
when I get a bit of money, I'm probably gonna fucking join Hustlers University and see what the fuck is good. Because apparently I could be making at least 100 odd quid a day from it. If I do it
But you
properly.
gotta be careful, because is that just a get rich quick scheme, bruv?
Nah, bro, well, there's this.
Or is it a get quick for real?
Basically,
Easy money scheme, right?
he says that he has a point, right? He's literally got. I was watching a podcast. He said that if he wanted to, right, if he put all of his shit together, he could get up to about 500 million. So he's worth about 500 now.
Okay.
What is the fucking point in him scamming fucking 50 quid out of people? He doesn't fucking need it. He's
But this is just his information that he's providing. And if anyone doesn't know who we're talking about, it's Andrew Tate, right? And he's like some fucking TikTok guru, get rich quick scheme, ego fucking madman.
Years.
Yeah, no, to be fair, like, I am very willing to listen to a lot that he says, because I think that he has probably a lot of good views that, you know,
Basically, it's what Hustlers University is, but it's a Discord. I'm pretty sure part of it is a Discord.
Right.
And it's literally people, you join it and they tell you how the fuck to make money from all these different ways. I think there's like 16 different modern money making methods on there or some shit.
That's so bad.
Freelancing, copywriting, like there is fucking stupid shit on there, like stocks, crypto, forex. And there's literally people that are making 10 to 500,000 a month that teach you how to do this shit basically.
I'm just putting in the title live w / what do you want me to put you as, like, for now, in the title? Ollie. What should I put you? Dunno.
Yeah, just put me in don't know.
As w / geezer. Live with geezer. Deep talk. 7 grams. Sounds good to me. Yeah, no, this is mad, isn't it?
But basically, there are people that do make money on that. Like, he says basically, there's a lot of people that join it expecting it to be a quick like get rich quick scheme. But basically, he tells you how to make money, and you have to fucking do shit.
Yeah, I get you. Like,
you actually do have to work. Like it becomes a job basically. Like you have to do this shit for like hours upon hours a day to actually start making money from it. It's not just like
it's like a map essentially for what it basically he's laying out, like an actual practical path that you can pursue to just sort your money out.
Discipline and the fucking like effort in you to actually sort your fucking life out.
Yeah, and that's why I appreciate, like, I recognise that it's like everyone has a piece of the puzzle, in a sense. And Andrew Tate, at least, you know, if I'm a strong advocate of, have you heard the term, like, make sure you have your own house in order before you go about reorganising the world?
Yeah.
Well, in general society, yeah, people can, like, I can chat shit about Andrew Tate if I want, but he has got like £500 million, and he's like balling, and then I'm sat here, and I literally am a bin man, and I have depression. So what am I saying? Obviously he's winning, isn't he? I'm taking the L. He's taking the W.
Yeah, he says that people are just arrogant enough to just go like, wow, I don't believe in it. Like, what's the fucking point? Like, what is 50 quid for you when you could, if you, like, yeah, if you join that and you do genuinely make money from it, you will make profit. You will make your fucking 50 quid back. If you don't, okay, you lost 50 quid, but at least you had the effort to try and genuinely try and make some fucking money for yourself. Instead of just being a pussy, you know?
You know, it's like a conscious decision to just take action, to just stop being a dickhead teenager and to start, like, taking your life seriously in some sense, so that you can, like, you know, so you don't live with any regrets in a sense. You can take control. So we was talking the other day, right? Like, the thing, I don't know if Andrew Tate touches on this, but, like, what is stopping us as humans, obviously, as just, like, being humans? Like, what are the limits of culture that are going to tell us we can't do this, you know? Because, obviously, like, we can form our own thing with physical property and, you know what I mean? So, like, what I'm saying is, people are out here living in these, like, dead places, smoking their lives away. They've got shit jobs, they're depressed, their diet is horrible. So then why not, like, combine... This is what I say to my mates. I'm, like, always clapping my hands going, yo, how do we take over the world? And I don't literally mean that, but what I'm saying is, why are we sat here smoking weed when we can, like, combine our minds, make mad ideas, and, like, just have a fucking vibrant life? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What? And that is powerful shit.
Like, I don't want to be here, like, I want to drive a fucking pen, like, supercar. I want to have a pen fucking house. I want to have money. I don't want to have to work every fucking day to have money.
It's, but then you also kind of awake to the fact that, like, your whole life is your fault.
Yeah.
And it's completely, like, you can't be a victim. You are literally, the only reason you're sat here now the way you are is because of you.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's like your own decisions, and you can take control in the present moment. And this is what I realised on that magic mushrooms, is you can just have a psychological shift to just take action. What are the limits on human potential, you know?
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's my problem. Like, I don't know. Everyone I speak to about it, seems to just have the mindset about it, like, not one, it's just all negative, if you know what I mean. Like, you try and tell people, like, yeah, I'm gonna try to make money or whatever, then, like, nobody's, like, gives you positive, just everybody tries to say, like, everything that could go wrong.
Well, yeah, people discourage, but oh my god, I'm tripping so hard. That's weird. That was bizarre. I had some weird hallucination. What was I going to say? So what was you saying, sorry?
That people just, like, instantly discourage rather than even thinking of, like, being positive first.
Yeah, so hold on, I'm trying to sort this fucking microphone out. But you often hear me say, right, like, when people come at me with these pessimistic stances, I say, is that a view worth having? Like, is it actually going to get you anywhere? So when you're, because I often say this, people will deconstruct maybe something I propose, but then they have nothing to, like, back it up. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm saying this, I got completely lost. What was we
Yeah.
talking about?
I can't remember. I'm not gonna lie.
Fair enough. Where is my weed? That is the question. What is there to say then? Oh, have you heard about the war and shit, like, now?
No, what do you mean, bro?
Like, I swear the TV declared, like, some announcement, on Sky and shit, saying that fucking we gotta prepare for, like, war.
Really?
Yeah, I swear down, like,
I've got Sky News on my phone, isn't it? Hang on 2 seconds, G.
Ukraine forces. Yo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're like physically involved in this dispute now, like with military shit. Like we're like blowing shit up now as the UK.
No way.
I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. UK forces shoot down Russian attack helicopter with UK rocket. Or maybe they just took the secret... Brother, it is kicking off with the UK, like over the past few days or some shit. Something's happening. With Putin.
Oh dear, yeah.
Oh, wouldn't that be jokes? Not really, obviously, but you know what I mean.
That would be pretty fucking mad.
If fucking London got bombed, could you imagine if the Queen got like bombed? Obviously that probably wouldn't happen, but you know. Huh?
Could you imagine if anybody started getting bombed? That's gonna be fucked.
Yeah, like anyone, anywhere, like some, because you would hear it, wouldn't you? There would be some town like Oxford or some shit. Someone like got bombed in Cowley. You'd be like, what the fuck? People walking around on the street and shit, like literal bodies. That shit happens, man, and that shit is on the verge.
Bro, I guarantee it'll go nuclear though. That's the issue.
But don't you think it's just retarded? Like, what the who is... Everyone says this, right? Why is Putin sat there pushing these buttons? You know what I mean? Just fuck off, you wanker.
Yeah.
Stop fucking around. You like, it's like some super ego power trip, isn't it? Or what?
It's fucked, bro, really. It's
It's scary, isn't it? What someone could do. One man with like the whole world blow. Well, that's what there's. Imagine being at the end of that button. Like with that choice. Like imagine being Putin.
But do you know what? What you just said, yeah.
Huh.
About the UK thing. That's not even a top story on Sky News.
What is it though? Like, is it actual a thing or is it just some bullshit? Because the media is so wank. You know what I mean? Like, I was looking at some shit and they're all fear mongering about like flooding, but nothing actually ever happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's just bollocks. Obviously, they're profiting when we talk. In a sense.
Well, yeah, like, well, America are giving Ukraine loads of weapons now. Like, they're giving them shitloads of weapons, bro.
Yeah, I ain't fucking about. I don't think Putin will win. Like,
Not going to, of course he's not going to. Unless he does genuinely start fucking throwing nukes about, he's not going to win.
that's what I mean. Do you think he's actually willing to end his life? He probably will.
He's trying to get fucking China involved now.
But why do you think Putin sat at the end of that, yeah, making these decisions? Does it just come out of like hate?
You making me make the decision to smoke another zoo right now.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Putin.
Well,
What are you on about? You're just chatting bollocks.
Do you like so basically? Do you know Putin's history?
Well, he's just some mad cunt.
He
He's
was
like,
an ex-KGB agent, bruv.
yeah, I know. He's like some fucking super.
Killer. He's literally a killer. He has killed
He's
men.
like a cyborg, Eddie.
Right.
Some
No.
super villain.
He's a James Bond villain, bro.
That is what he has. He's become literally like.
Yeah.
And that's what he feeds off of, because he has got the sickest guns ever.
Yeah.
And he is like literally the man that owns half of the fucking world.
Like, you've got, obviously, I'm like, this isn't knowledge I know, this is something that I've seen on YouTube that I'm just like saying back to you, so it might not be 100% accurate. But he was like a top fucking agent for Russia during like the Cold War,
Right.
or like just after the Cold War, or some shit. I don't know, somewhere around the Cold War, something like that. And basically, like technically, Russia lost, I guess, basically, because like, you know, the West has prevailed everywhere, I guess, basically, you know. Like, Russia doesn't even have the Soviet Union anymore or anything, does it, really? It's not.
Yeah, but it's all just a load of bollocks, isn't it? It's loads of concepts that don't even exist. Well, obviously it does, but it's just like yeah, what are you saying?
Still obviously pissed off that, you know, his beloved fucking Russia basically lost to the Western bullshit, which is why he is now like trying to take over Ukraine, because he's worried about having all these like NATO fuckers like right on his doorstep, because he doesn't trust them. He still doesn't fucking trust any of the Western world or anything, which is why he is like best mates with fucking North Korea and China, because they're all communist.
Yeah, because they've like, you know what we're talking about with like physically in a sense taking over and just declaring your ground. Is that not what Putin done from day one, and now he owns half the world?
Very much.
So that's what we're talking about in a sense.
Yeah, but it's just like, I don't understand what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah, like why can he not just like smoke a zoo instead of all of this madness? You know what I mean? Like, why doesn't he just listen to some music and smoke a zoo instead of fucking literally bombing children?
Still does. Like, it probably doesn't even make a difference to his life.
Yeah, but could you just why is that geezer sat there clicking that? Like, you know, people talk about like rapists and like child molest. This guy's like literally the quintessence of the worst thing ever.
Again, this is just something I've seen on YouTube, but it might not be true as well. It could be the complete opposite. But in Russia, if the president, like, so obviously Putin or whatever, says fire the fucking nukes or whatever, all of the separate like generals beneath him that would be firing the nukes actually have the final say in whether or not the nukes can be sent, which isn't actually the same in America. If the president in America says fire the nukes, everybody has to do it.
I don't know if I even heard you properly there. Like, what was the whole fucking first bit with Putin and shit?
Fucking right. So,
oh my god, I'm sorry.
If Putin wanted to send nukes everywhere, yeah?
Right.
All of the generals beneath him that would be like actually giving the order, like being the messenger from Putin to give the order to genuinely send the nukes, they all actually have the final say in whether or not the nukes get sent. But in America and shit like that, it's the complete opposite. If the president says fire the nukes, then that's what fucking happens.
So are you saying with Russia, what do you mean? So he can't just press bomb everyone?
No.
Surely he can.
That might not be 100% true, but like I'm pretty sure that is the case. I'm pretty sure like the generals that actually would be given the order to fire it. Because obviously he sat there and he phones everybody up at once and goes, fire, and then obviously the people that fucking sat there have to press the button.
Well, I guess, like, who's going to build this button for Putin?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works anyway. Because obviously they'd be sent from all separate fucking, like, lodge sites, wouldn't they, around the fucking country?
Yeah, but do you not like see how, like, obviously the people around him must invoke his power, like, because the public obviously, like, it's the same thing, like, we create the illusion.
Loads of soldiers have been deserting and shit, not following orders and stuff. There's a lot of dissent, apparently.
He isn't really winning, is he?
No.
It's just peak, like, he sent some people out and then, like, Ukraine was like, fuck off, and now, like, the world's getting involved, and now Putin's just like, oh, I guess that stung my ego a bit, but he could just press the nukes full blast.
I do actually think so, G. Look at it like that.
Yeah, I get you, because what was who, like, surely the people around him, like, who's gonna let him into the office with that button, you know what I mean? Or what? Can no one do that? Is he literally just, like, sat there with a gun and no one can do anything about it?
Yeah, I don't know. Nobody can do anything about anything.
Is he literally just taken over the world with, like, power? Literally just...
Bro, you gotta think, right? There's no fucking, like... Look at what he's doing. He's bombing fucking malls, like shopping centres and shit.
It's stupid, isn't it?
And what's happening? Nothing. There is no, like, comeback on him at all from anybody. Everybody's saying, oh, he's in, like, he's doing...
But why would he do that? Because it's, like, worse than raping children.
Apparently the soldiers are raping other people.
Huh?
Apparently all the soldiers are raping other people.
Probably. Bruv, imagine that. Why would you invoke that with that button? You know what I mean? Who would do that shit? It's just like you make the decision to just unleash hell and suffering on loads of people for no reason.
I just don't understand why, like, why hasn't everybody learned from World War 1 and 2 that this is just not worth it? You're gonna have to go through it again. Because it's not stopping. He's not gonna stop, is he?
It's weird.
I don't reckon he'll stop until he either completely loses or he gets what he wants. But he's already started threatening all the other countries now as well. You tell me, bro.
What else do you want to talk about?
Dunno. What do you want to talk about?
I'm fucking knackered, I know that. How long have I been talking? Over 4 hours, bro. I've been non-stop chat. Well, I did just listen to bare cool, like, Terence McKenna, and just, like, I was like doing, like, some reactions to some ayahuasca retreats and shit. Like, this shit is deep, bro.
Is it?
What do you think about all, like, the psychedelics, I guess? Surely you must have something to say on that whole scene.
I don't know, I'm kind of skeptical about it.
What do you mean, like you don't know whether or not you should really...
Yeah, I mean, well, look what happened to me.
Yeah, so I guess for the viewer, how would you describe your experience, like, what happened to you? Because I very, what's it? Arrogantly, I guess, is ignorantly.
Yeah, I would
fed you a large dose of psilocybin.
Ignorantly rather than fucking arrogantly.
Huh.
That was a cuntish thing to do, bro.
And so basically, you didn't really have much knowledge. I thought that a 3.5 to 4 grams was like a good intro to psychedelics. So we both took like an outrageous dose, and then your body like physically rejected it, and you just lost
but
your mind.
To give some context, right? The morning before, and obviously you say like that you should eat properly before and shit, and you should get good rest and everything.
Yeah.
The night before, I ate bare Mackies. I stayed up bare late. I smoked shitloads of fucking weed, and I was knackered as fuck. And I literally had to run to the bus stop to get to you in the morning. I was
Yeah. Because I said
that-
to you, because I called you and I said I brought an ounce of mushrooms. And I said, would you do this with me? And then, but the content, I don't know like how deep I guess you would give a fuck to talk, but obviously the situation with you and your whole life was a bit mad as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like all the relationships was like, everything was really in a weird transitional phase.
Yeah. Well, to not dive into it deep, but to not necessarily exaggerate, but all of my relationships around me fell apart, I guess.
Yeah, I guess if that's how it felt for you.
Yeah, that would probably be like the most easy way of putting it.
But then they kind of like rejuvenate.
Yeah.
Like, because...
So when I went into it, I guess, to be fair, now that when I think about it, I guess how it went was exactly how I felt.
What do you mean?
So I went into empty nothingness, didn't I?
Oh, right. Yeah, so your actual trip experience you're talking about now.
Yeah.
So, what happened in your experience?
Oh, right. We obviously took it in the fucking kitchen, and the kitchen was a shithole. There was shit all over the side.
Yeah, so it was like you literally rushed over, and that, and we had no idea what we was doing. There was no idea of a plan, and the house was fucked as well, wasn't it? There was no.
Yeah.
And when we're talking about the transitional phase with you in your life and me as well, the house was also completely dysfunctional. So it made everything was like a hallway, and it was a really weird aura to it, right?
Yeah, it was fucked. Well, that was horrible. I completely forgot all of this, but they're like, oh my god.
It's mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, this was probably one of the worst trips I've ever had in my life. Not probably, definitely. But you had like some physical rejection, so you ingested about 4 grams. We kept on eating them.
Right. So we took what? So the initial dose was 4 grams, right?
Something, but the thing is, I didn't have any scales, and this just shows that ignorance is. I just presented this handful of mushrooms, and I thought I knew how much it was. So we don't know how much we took to this day.
Oh my god.
And mushrooms are they're mad.
Yeah, so we took that, whatever the fuck the dose was. Then we went out for a zoo, didn't we?
We went out for a zoo in the shed, in the garden.
Yeah. And before that, I wasn't actually feeling like anything at all. I was like still pretty chill. And then we smoked the zoo, and just as we finished the zoo, like, it's literally like the fucking movies, basically. Everything started like changing colours and like started going all like wobbly, like everything was like moving like backwards and forwards.
Yeah,
and like
I thought you were lying, because the way that you were saying it, you were like, bro, because it was so stereotypical. Because don't you think that it was like what you thought psychedelics were, and it just was that, like your subconscious.
That's exactly how I've always like seen it in games and films and everything. It's just like all that like wobbly, like all like the fucking rainbowy like colours.
Yeah, like if the Simpsons were to take some acid.
Yeah.
It's stupid, isn't it?
So we did that, and then I can't remember what we did first. If we went upstairs and took more, or if I opened.
No, the zoo was the end. That's when it fell apart.
Yeah, no, but it wasn't, because we were in the kitchen tripping.
No, because you cut yourself on some can, didn't you?
Yeah, so I was opening a tin of dog food, right?
Yeah.
The ring pull completely fucking snapped off, like entirely.
Right.
Like I tried opening it and it just snapped.
Yeah.
And just sliced my finger. and I was just looking at my finger like bleeding. But no, because we took more before we did that actually. We were in your room because I was tripping hard when I was trying to open the tin of dog food.
Yeah, and then you started scatting out because the thing is, it's hard to perceive, and it's this. If you have a shit or anything on psychedelics, it's kind of hard to wrap your mind about what you're perceiving. So if you cut yourself, you can't really figure out the scale of it. Sometimes you don't know if you should be concerned. And this is the thing about set and setting, is we had no idea, right? You cannot prepare enough, we kept saying.
Yeah, it was fucked up. It was so crazy.
So you took it. What happened to me is we was in the shed smoking, and then you started being like irrational and irritated. You kept picking shit up and putting it down like immediately. You was on your phone. You was calling people, playing music, I think, and I was trying to communicate to you like presence, like yo, breathe a minute, because it was clear that something was spiraling slowly, and it started to gain momentum. And at some point, I remember I had to look at you and say, Ollie, you're fucking this up now.
Yeah.
And it kept going, and then eventually you locked yourself in the bathroom, and I was out.
No, if I remember right. Like, I feel like the whole thing, I locked myself in the bathroom and shit because the window was open. Because I remember this fucking guy turned the fucking heating up to like 30 odd.
Me?
Yeah, because I remember throwing up, right? And then I blacked out, and then I remember waking back up and I was downstairs, and I remember pushing past you or some shit and opening the door and just taking like the biggest fucking like breath of fresh air I ever could.
Oh, because the house was just like radiating.
Scorching fucking hot, bruv.
I remember you was boiling, weren't you?
Yeah, because you turned the fucking heating up so fucking hard.
And this is why everyone hates me in that house, because when Mum comes home and the heating's been on 30 for hours for no reason, and you know what I mean, there's no need. But I guess your body couldn't handle this like random fucking slap.
Yeah, it was a slap in the face with all the fucking heat, and a slap in the face with like the fucking shrooms.
But then, so something happened, like you called someone and it was very incoherent, and that was strange, and then you stood up like over the toilet, and your position of where you thought you were was just not correct, so you like threw up down the side of it while on the phone to some person who you didn't even really know what you were saying.
Yeah, and it was like, I thought I had my head in the toilet.
Yeah, but you was just like throwing up. Like, you was stood up, like, looking at the toilet down in, like, a hunch position on the phone, but you wasn't, like, there wasn't any aim for the toilet. It was in your visual field, but you just, like, threw up looking at the toilet.
Looking up at it.
Yeah, and it was, and then eventually you laid down and you came back very admirably, slowly. Into consciousness, and this is when the tables turned.
And I remember that you were just in your mum's room for like 20 minutes.
What happened to me, right? So you came back slowly. We was on the phone to loads of people trying to, or I was talking to you very directly, going, "Are you okay?" And you were like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna lose my shit now." This is probably like a half an hour experience. He was in the bathroom, yeah. You locked the door, and I was outside going, "You need to open the door."
Bro, I was thinking like I'd get in the fucking shower or some shit, bro.
I could have allowed you to do that, to be fair. I didn't have to be a cunt. But do you not respect that I couldn't really let you shut the door?
Yeah.
Because I didn't know, like, you might have killed yourself or some shit. It's like, because this is like some next level DMT realm when you start taking these doses, and we don't know anything.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean, bro.
So what happened to me, you asked me eventually if I was okay, because I was just trying to pick up the pieces from you reacting so furiously. And then I was led on the bed in my mum's room, and you asked me if I was okay, and I remember I reached out to the wall that was in front of me, and then like my hand like imagine if you was looking through your eyes right now as a body, and you reached out as far as you could with your hand extending into the wall. I don't know if that's what it was like, but I remember I reached into the wall and it like backed, and it repeated like down into infinity. And then when that happened, I crossed like into existential pain, and then that's when I started calling people saying I was going to kill myself. One distinctive moment that describes it very well is you was on the phone talking to someone and you said, "It was all in my head." And I don't know if it was relevant, but that to me delivered a truth that my whole life has always been in my head, and that this psychedelic delivered some hard truth that nothing had ever happened, and we was just losing our shit the whole time for years. And then we took these mushrooms and awoken to the divine truth, and nothing had ever happened, and this was the experience I was living through, and and that's when I decided I would kill myself.
I knew everything had gone mad because Paige's PlayStation was on your bed when we started, and then that was just on the fucking floor.
You asked me if why. I didn't care, did I, about it? There was no material possession care.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, bro. Who cares?
Yeah, there was no. And I remember I was looking at you, and I remember very distinctly, like, I didn't understand that you was there. I looked into your eyes, and you were looking at me like, what the fuck, bruv? Obviously, because I was scatting for hours.
Yeah.
I was in bare loops, but when I was looking at you, like, I really didn't kind of believe that you was there. And your being was, like, mixing, like, it didn't matter if I was looking at you or I was looking at the wall. It was all like an environment. It was so weird, bro.
Maybe I just needed to come up and slap you in the face.
Yeah, because we was debating whether or not you should have turned the shower on full blast, freezing, and just aim it at me in the house, because I was literally not here. And I wish you'd done that, kind of.
Yeah, so do I. To be honest, I do too.
Because that would have been funny as fuck, wouldn't it?
Well, maybe I would have actually brought you back to life as well.
Just for a split second at least. But, yeah, because I kept looking at you. We was on my bed. It was just in my room. You was watching YouTube eventually, trip-sitting me, kind of. And I was just kept asking if you wanted to go out for a zoo, and you'd say yeah, but then my dialogue would just, like, fail, and there would be nothing else I could do. I would ask for a zoo, but then, there was nothing I could...
You like, do you want to go out for a zoo? And I was like, yeah, come on, bro. Yeah, come on.
And then I'd just stare at you.
Yeah, and then you just...
And then I'd ask again.
Yeah.
Scatty, innit?
And you started, like, making weird faces and weird noises and shit.
I remember I was scatting you out.
Yeah.
This is the thing, you didn't do that to me, but and this is why people need to be careful where they take these around family, because it's a lot of responsibility for me to just lose my mind in front of you, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you as well. It's mad, isn't it? Is that all there is to say about that then, really?
Yeah, I think so.
Mad, innit? I'm gonna upload that probably as like a separate clip if you wanted, like, because it was just like a live talk, and the visuals look cool, man, on my screen. Like, I don't know what is happening, but it's bare trippy. Like, I'm screen recorded the program, and it's like repeated into itself. It's weird.
I'm about to play some motherfucking Warzone.
Fair enough. Yeah, but yeah. So you talk about all this money and stuff, but then why would you like play Warzone? Because it's obviously not aligned with like your shit. You know what I mean?
Because at the moment, like, my plan is, well, me and Paige are supposed to move in our own place in like not even a month.
I get you.
So, like, I'm not ready. Like, I might as well wait until I've got all my shit actually set up, ready, and then just fully go for it then. There's no point in starting that and having to pack everything up and move, and then like be in this like fucked position where me and Pedro are gonna have to like basically paint the whole place and put carpet and everything in before we even move in. So
Yeah, I get you. But do you not see, like, and this is the thing about personal development, and it's kind of, it goes deep, but like, obviously you right now, you could not play that game, and you could learn to like invest in some weird shit, and then earn money. So like every decision is like, time is the only thing you have, right?
Yeah.
So like, why be a consumer? Because all this talk doesn't matter if you still play war. I'm not saying you shouldn't play Warzone.
I agree with you, but no, at the moment it's just like I probably will like completely stop doing all this and shit when I move into my own place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like a transition, and it's alright. You know, you just gotta live in it and go with the flow. This is what I've realised. Yeah, I've been beating myself up with this depression and stuff for ages.
Yeah.
Like I've got these problems taking over, like money and like my health is degrading, sort of. But then I realise in this trip, like, none of this matters. I'm just like here chilling.
Yeah.
And all these problems that I'm always like stressing me out and making me feel so horrible actually barely exist right now. So
Yeah.
and that's kind of powerful, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what it is. Like, I know. I mean, recently a lot. I've been talking. I keep referring back to it, but it's because a lot of his points are good, and what you just said, it makes complete sense. Andrew Tate says, right, that depression and shit like that is bullshit because it's all in your head. It's like you can just like if you just fucking get up and just do shit and actually like pussy.
But it's harder than that, isn't it? Because it goes deeper, and I don't know if you want to talk about depression, but that's like a whole fucking world in itself, isn't it? You can't just say it doesn't matter that Andrew Tate told you to get out of bed because it goes beyond.
No. I completely agree with you. But you know what? Like the essence of what he's saying is what I mean. Like that it's just in your head, and like there is
of course.
And just like fucking. I guess it's the same with like, especially with anxiety, you can just like ignore it, if you know what I mean. If you just fucking go and talk to somebody, like you'll start to learn and understand and realise that it's actually not as bad as that you're worrying that it is.
Yeah, that's an important, like, I guess when it comes to therapy, some people think that their problems are so beyond anything that anyone can comprehend. But
it's like, I'm sorry to put you off, but take Paige for example, right? When she before she had Otis, she would make me go into shops and pay for shit for her. She wouldn't do like anything on her own. She wouldn't literally go anywhere, or she wouldn't leave the house without me, basically, or anything like that. Unless she was going out to meet somebody, she wouldn't really go out on her own.
Yeah, I get you.
But since she's had Otis, she goes to loads of baby groups with him. She'll go to the shop on her own and shit. And it's like her anxiety has basically disappeared. She'll talk to loads of random people. Like,
that's what I was thinking. Like, hasn't she just transformed since she's had Otis?
It's literally like it's a complete switch. It's like her anxiety and everything has just completely disappeared into nothing.
Yeah, like, as soon as she had Otis, she just started. She had Otis, and then the way that she spoke with me with like love changed straight away. Like she was like responsible and selfless all of a sudden, like in an instant, and now everyone loves her.
Yeah, no, it's like she's completely changed as a whole person. It's mental.
Weird, isn't it? But everyone definitely sees that.
I respect it so much.
Everyone sees that, right?
Yeah.
Otis is gonna be the epicest.
It's just crazy, man. Or somebody like just like the actual like what I'm trying to say by like that it's gone is that it is just in your head.
Right, with depression is that none of this exists.
Like if she can just completely switch like that, then like what the fuck actually is up with that shit? Because clearly it's just something mental that can just be turned off. Like,
Yeah, I know. It's weird.
deeper
Everyone knows this, of
than-
course.
Like, yeah, and I know obviously it is deeper than that. Don't get me wrong, but like, you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I get you. It's like the thing is about being depressed, and I was talking. I had some deep conversations not too long ago about this. It's just the failure of you to sit down and just breathe deeply for 10 minutes. You know what I mean? There is no depression. You're just fucking around.
Yeah.
It's like digital addiction invokes it a lot. Do you know? I think an important thing is to know, existentially, I can't help but side with the destructive depression ego. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, there's no point.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean.
So there's like two sides. Someone who wants to succeed, but then there's the other side, which is the self-sabotage in instant gratification. But they both have valid... You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. Like, I feel like that's what I'm saying is I'm letting the instant gratification side of me take a hold of me until I move house to hopefully, like, not need it at all when I move place, so I can be a completely fresh new me in a fresh new place and shit.
You can do that, and this is why I'm like proud of you in a sense, because you've like over like the course of, especially since having Otis, it seems like you're like deciding to, in a sense, take control of what is yours, and you have always been like that with your money. You know where your shit is.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just like,
some people have got it together, ain't they? But
that's
some men are just in shambles.
That's what I'm saying, is like that part of me was like asleep. Like, I've always sort of, I know the crack and shit, but it's like I needed something to actually make me go, oh fuck, I need to actually like sort shit out, man.
You used to tell me I had a drive that you didn't have.
Yeah.
And yeah, this drive, that's it, innit? That's the whole motivator for life, is there's something telling you to do something, and that's the whole name of the game.
Yeah, exactly.
If there wasn't that voice, and that's the ego, ultimately, and that's why psychedelics are terrifying, because when that dissolves, there's nothing to do.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't have a drive, then what the fuck are you doing with your life, really? Like, not in like a horrible sense, but like,
what do you mean?
What are you gonna do? Like,
what do you mean?
Well, if you don't have drive, then what is your purpose? What are you doing with your life?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course, like, in a...
Well, not in like a horrible way, but like in a genuine way. Like, what are you doing if you don't have a purpose? If you don't have something to, like, have you got a goal in life? Are you aiming for something? Like, what?
I think, something I've been, like, awakening into recently, I feel, is, like, just creativity. With the mushrooms, I'll be taking high doses, and I'm starting to, like, see how... You know, like, because I was watching Coraline on mushrooms. Do you not see, like, the whole essence of Coraline? Someone's made this with their mind. A whole world of diverse characters and themes and landscapes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, what are the limits of the mind? And then how can you, like, create worlds? You know?
That's mad.
It's, like, what? That's correct. Like, I was looking at the whole, and...
I'm probably gonna have to go in a minute, by the way, G, because we've really been on the phone for an hour.
Yeah, that's fine with me if you want to do that. I could talk forever, but I mean, yeah, I'm gonna have a zoo and then I'll end it. But I think, do you not think it was a decent we done that whole trip report, bro? That was a bit bad.
Yeah, bro, that's a good fucking thing to put on YouTube. What we just said.
Yeah, I'll take that out into like a clip, but that's fucking bad.
Bro, that's like a whole fucking hours clip. That's like a whole podcast in itself.
And it. This is the thing, and then so the thing is we're not like trying to be or anyone. Like, we're just talking shit because we can, and then like how much we want to let whoever could potentially be listening. It's more of like, it's in a sense just like a diary in a shared mind space, right?
Yeah.
And then eventually we can build, and then we can prove to people that you can do it.
Yeah.
And then because we've had this goal from the very beginning, then it shows from the ground up how you can become something from nothing.
Bro, imagine if people actually like watch that now, what we just said.
Yeah,
Imagine-
well, and this is what I've been saying for a long time over these past few weeks. Like, this is the mobilization to do something with your life.
Yeah, man. Imagine, like, this is actually going to be sick. If we can genuinely make money from just fucking chatting shit on the phone, I'll just.
Could you imagine? Yeah, but the thing is about the money, yeah, is once you get into a sustainable routine, money doesn't matter to me. Like, I'm skin, but I'm having a good time, you know? So the fact that I'm happy with having this conversation because money's just a concept that like gets me to places and buys me time, but like, you know, that's why sometimes I just spend outrageous money on like stupid shit for a night out that I don't have because it doesn't matter in a sense, and that goes back to siding with the ego. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean.
What are we saying then? Is that it really? Or what?
Huh?
Did you want? I don't know how long you wanted to talk.
No, like, I'm probably gonna go like now-ish.
Yeah, let's do it. Oh, that sounds good to me. I mean, I'll probably end the stream myself, to be fair. Like, I don't know what there is to say.
Yeah, that's cool, bro.
Alright, well, I'll end the phone call with you at least then. So,
Alright.
if, obviously, I don't know if we'll do anything in the future, but if anybody cares, then I'll link your socials or whatever in the description if you wanted. If you wanted me to link your socials to an extent in the description so that you have like a name to build on in the future if you wanted to, then that will be in the description, I guess.
Yeah, sure, go for it, man.
Alright, that's it. We're gonna take over the world, right? Hello.
Huh?
This is what my dad always says to me, like, messages me every now and then. He goes, have you taken over the world yet? Because I'm always on this computer, like, taking over, or that's what it feels like. Especially on the mushrooms.
Well, you know, any money that gets made from anything that gets made on YouTube with me in it. Or, to be honest, I think if we get to a decent point of wealth, right, like, to a point where, say you have 50k in the, like, if we both do actually start making money, you have 50k in the bank, I have 50k in the bank.
Yeah.
We both, like, live in somewhere or whatever. I think we should start pooling our money together. But
what, like collectively?
Yeah.
Well, this is what I was saying. This is why I was saying with my mates about taking over. Like, why do we not like combine minds in a sense and build with each other?
Yeah, because you got to think about this, bro. Like, have you ended the stream?
No, it is still going.
Okay.
Does that alter the context of everything you're saying?
Yes.
I don't know if
I want this to be secret information. I want what I'm about to say to you to be secret knowledge that nobody knows.
Well, how about we continue the conversation very soon?
What do you mean very soon?
Like, that's just nothing to do with, like, I continue the stream, we hang up, and then you just tell me the secret information later.
That's long though.
Oh, fuck's sake. What if I just mute the mic?
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay. Hi. You're going now, right?
Yes. Sound, bro.
Goodbye. It was
Bye-bye.
fun talking to you.
Love you.
Love you too. See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night. See you later. How long was that? Snapchat don't even tell you how long it went on for. It's 1 AM. What is there to do? I don't know if I should just end the stream. I think I've said the vast majority of what I need to say. There's really not much else to fucking chat. I could smoke a zoo and chat some more shit, but I don't think there's much value in that. I've said what I need to say. To a bit of a mad extent, so that's it. I'm gonna get the links together on my stream, and I'm gonna end it like now, I think. So that's been 4 hours and 45 minutes of non-stop epicness. Okay, that's all. So I guess I've really laid out a big foundation and vision groundwork for my stuff. I could do the Wim Hof and fucking smoke weed and all this bullshit. But ultimately I think I've said a lot, and that's it. Thank you. I hope to build a website and that in the future, and hopefully you can see there's like a bigger vision here. So come and get involved with the social medias linked below in the Discord, and fucking share your experiences, and then, you know, I'll get on anybody on here and talk about this phenomenon of existence. But yeah, other than that, I'm out of here. Sound, everybody, thank you very much. If anyone listened to that, that's a bit of a madness, but yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with what was said here, and I hope to do more of these in the future. This is the beginning of something bigger, greater. So thank you very much, and make sure you subscribe to the fucking channel, mate. Thank you.